Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Katie Casey saw all the games, knew the players by their first names, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Katie Casey knew what to do, just to cheer up the boys she knew.
There's this machine that can undo the apocalypse.
You can fix it?
Me? Fix it? No, I come from a...
Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
He met a strange friend in the Chesapeake Bay.
Baltimore, you are seeing history being made today.
Ante up and kick in like men. Like men!
O-R-I-O-L-E-S. Magic, 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 magic. Orioles magic. Phillies magic.
Greetings, folks, and welcome to live coverage of Orioles baseball, where this afternoon the Baltimore Orioles will play the final game of this 3-game series against the Philadelphia Phillies here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. How you doing, everybody? It's your old pal, the Birdwatcher here. People call me BW for short, and that works for me. Folks, we need a win today. This is game number 112. 50 games to play after today, and this is the last game we have until we see what the roster looks like for those final 50 games. The trade deadline is tomorrow. I think, is it midnight tomorrow night? Is it like a 6 o'clock in the evening deadline? It's tomorrow, and we have an off day. So we still play at home on Tuesday. We got the Angels coming to town. We'll see what the roster looks like. Monday, tomorrow night, I don't have anything locked in stone or set in stone, locked in place. I don't know. I'm mixing up my metaphors, but the odds are I'm probably going to do a live stream and discuss, any sort of trade happenings, things that might have already happened before tomorrow evening or things that might happen while we're on the air here. Probably a good idea to give it a try, but I got a feeling there might be some competition out there. There might be some other channels that people might think would be a better place to follow these things. That's understandable. I'm not sure. I'm going to play it by ear, but yeah, we got business to take care of here today, folks. Big game to win. The Orioles won the first game, got shut out yesterday by Christopher Sanchez. And, yeah, we need now Kyle Bradish to return the favor. He's got a tough opponent, Zack Wheeler, veteran right-hander. He's had a very decorated career, I'd say. And Wheeler this season has been no different. I'm looking at his numbers right now for the first time. And, yeah, those are ace numbers. Let's just go ahead and get this pitching matchup out of the way. Wheeler comes in with a record of 10-2, with an ERA of just 2.5, 2.53 to be exact, and a whip under 1, 9.2. Those are ace numbers, ERA and WHIP. And 103 innings pitched this season. He's only allowed 72 hits while striking out 123 batters to only 23 walks. He has given up 13 home run balls. Kyle Bradish, meanwhile, record of 7-9. But if you look at how he's pitched over the past couple of months, certainly a pitcher deserving of a winning record. ERA currently at 3.74 and a WHIP of 1.36. He's gone 108. Look out. He's gone 118 innings on the season. 109 hits, given up 114 strikeouts to 52 walks, 12 home run balls given up by Bradish. We need Bradish to be excellent today. This is my plan, folks. We didn't have to use, we didn't have to. Well, we would have liked to if we had a good reason to, but because the Orioles were pretty much out of it by the time it got to the bullpen, we used some arms yesterday that, frankly, if we want to win today, are arms that we should not be using. The arms that we didn't use yesterday are the ones, if we want to win, would be the ones that we're going to want to call upon. Mainly what appears to be at this stage right now, a setup man, Yenier Cano, and a closer, Tyler Wells. Neither of them were in the game yesterday. So my plan is this. Kyle Bradish goes 7 innings of, if not shutout ball, maybe a run, 2 at the most. Cano for the 8th, Wells for the 9th. This offense, give us 3 runs somewhere. 3 runs or more. I mean, 5 or more if we want to really feel good about things. But give us a chance. Don't let us get shut out. Give us a few runs. Hopefully Bradish, if he's on, that could be enough. If we can just, stretch this game from Bradish straight to Cano, straight to Wells, and nail this win down. That's my plan of attack. We'll see how it goes. Baseball is a very humbling sport. Usually when you sit back and you try to plan things out, they never work out that way. But that's the plan I'm going with. Here is a look at the lineups here for this final game against the Phillies. Leading off for Philadelphia, Trey Turner at shortstop. Kyle Schwarber will bat second and DH. Bryce Harper is at first base hitting third. Alec Bohm will play third and bat cleanup. Brandon Marsh is in left field. He'll hit fifth. JT Realmuto will do the catching, batting sixth. Bryson Stott will bat seventh and play second base. What is it? I was going to say JP. Then I was going to say Jeremy. Is it Justin? Justin Crawford. Jay Crawford is in center field. He'll hit eighth, and then Brian De La Cruz will bat ninth and play in right field. For the Orioles, well, the Kobe Mayo leading off experiment for now is over. This lineup looks a little more like the one we've seen recently, with the exception of one player moving up pretty far in the lineup because he's been pretty hot lately. I think you'll notice what that is here after I read this off. You got Dylan Beavers in left field hitting in the leadoff spot. Pete Alonso's back to batting second after hitting cleanup yesterday. He's at first base. Gunnar Henderson will hit third and play shortstop. Taylor Ward moves back down to the cleanup spot, and Ward is going to DH for the second time in this series. Could this be the last game we see Taylor Ward? It's possible. Jackson Holliday is batting fifth, and I cannot argue the move. He has been hot lately, and with his left-handed bat in this spot in the order, it's a nice way to break up these left-handed and right-handed bats, what I'm looking at right here. Once I get through the lineup, I'll explain that. But Holliday at second base, he's hitting fifth. Christian Encarnacion Strand, who's been really helpful for the team on offense and defense, to be honest. He's been pretty solid over there. Third base, He's hitting 6th. Leody Taveras will bat 7th and play right field. Colton Cowser will be in center field. He'll hit 8th. And then Jake Rogers making his second start behind the plate for the Orioles. He's batting 9th. So, yeah, with Halladay batting 5th in the lineup, you got that lefty bat there in the middle of the order to break up those righty bats between Ward and Encarnacion Strand. And with the way this lineup is constructed, there are no consecutive lefties or righties batting in this lineup. I like to construct lineups like that. It makes bullpen matchups for the opposing team a little more difficult. They can't just bring out a lefty to face 3 straight lefties or 2 out of 3. I mean, you can do 2 out of 3, but you can't get 3 out of 4. You feel me, folks? The way the lineup goes, just by where they hit, it's left, right, left, right, left, right, switch, left, right, and then back to left again, back to the top of the order. So, once again, left, right, left, right, left, right, switch, left, right. I like that. We'll see. We'll see how this lineup performs today. Right, the Orioles are back to 3 games under 500 with the loss yesterday. If we win today, we'll be 55 and 57 with 50 games left to play. And I'm still trying to get us to 60 and 60. If we win today, 5 and 3 over the next 8 would be the path to get to 500 by game 120. And with the Angels coming to town next, that to me is a good opportunity for this team to, for sure, you must win that series at home against the Angels. But you're hoping, not only because the Angels have not been playing well, but they're also in the process of selling off a couple of, of their better players, and including pitchers. Jose Soriano and Reed Detmers are both, they're probably their top 2 arms in the rotation, and they're both on the trade block. If they both get dealt before we face them starting on Tuesday, then I don't know what kind of starting pitching they're going to have available for them. We might see Grayson Rodriguez here this week. If you can believe it, Grayson Rodriguez might be making a start in Baltimore for all we know. But, yeah, we have to work on, just making sure. First, you got to make sure you win that series, And to do that, you got to win that first game. Don't lose that and force yourself to win, too. But win that first game. Try to win that second game. Set yourself up with a chance for a sweep. And, yeah, with a team like that, you would hope we can try to do it. After that, we've got a couple of teams that are currently fighting for that wild card spot. The Rangers and the Twins will be hitting the road, playing those teams one after the next. And going to have to play well there, too. I don't know. Maybe those games matter more than the Angels. Maybe losing to the Angels wouldn't be as bad as losing, say, 2 out of 3 to the Rangers or the Twins. But why am I saying all this, folks? We know what the deal is. We got to just win 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. We might have to lose 2 out of 3 once or twice. But most of the time we got to win 2 out of 3, don't we, folks? I am not saying anything very insightful, am I? This is pretty surface level analysis. Trying to keep it simple, folks. We got to win, okay? And Kyle Bradish, we're putting all our eggs in his basket. We need him today. Folks, there is some inclement weather in the Baltimore area. There's been no indication as of yet that I've found that the game will have a delay to the start, but perhaps during the ball game there could be some showers. Don't think we're under any threat for the game to be rained out entirely, but yeah, just be prepared for a potential delay. What else is shaking? Let me bring up the Oriole news and notes, see if there's anything that should be addressed before we get ready for this game here. There's a lot to talk about in terms of the trade the Dodgers made last night. Tarek Skubal is now a Dodger. And, of course, the baseball world has a lot to say about it. I have a pretty strong opinion about Major League Baseball, the state of the sport right now. It goes beyond just the Dodgers. The Dodgers, look, I can't get into it right now, but it's more complicated than just blame the Dodgers for doing what they do. The Dodgers are like any other team. There are rules, there are regulations or whatever, and they are working with what they have, but they also are working with an extreme advantage that other markets simply don't have. I don't know if you guys are aware about their television contract. That's part of it. I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of it all, but basically the Dodgers are set up to where they have an extra $66 million untaxed money that they save based on a bankruptcy filing that they did several years ago, a court order basically valuing their TV revenue at a certain price that is well below the actual market price value of that team. So they're already getting just an extra $66 million just from that alone. And you know, I don't think the Rays payroll is $66 million. It's just things are out of order. Things are out of balance. And we need to get it straightened out. Because, again, I don't fault the Dodgers for doing what they do. I think we would all be insincere if we were, folks that grew up in L.A. and the Dodgers were our team. I don't think any of us are going to sit there and go, you know what, this isn't right. We shouldn't be getting Skubal here. This just doesn't feel right. That would be pretty dishonest. It's a problem with baseball. And it's part of the reason why a lot of people are worried about the upcoming collective bargaining agreement, where these sort of issues need to get addressed. And, we'll talk about it, folks. We'll talk about it. I don't know. If you want to share your thoughts, you can mention me in the chat. Just be aware that sometimes I don't always see those mentions, but it's the best way to get my attention if you're going to try. But let's get ready for baseball, folks. First pitch of the ball game is a couple of minutes away. Let me tell you, folks, if you are watching along while listening to me do the call, you're going to want to get synced up with me, and the best way to do that is to pause your game, get ready to pause it right after the first pitch, okay? Pause your game right after that first pitch, and then wait for me to catch up and call that pitch. And once I've done that, you unpause the game you're watching, and now we're synced up the rest of the way. When I'm calling it, it's matched up with what you're watching. Does it make sense? I hope so. Right. We need some offense today. We need Bradish to be good. We need the bullpen to do their job. And let's not forget, no mistakes on defense. No mistakes on the base paths either. No mistakes. No mental errors. Errors, when you talk about a team, the Orioles have given up more unearned runs than any other team in baseball. It is our Achilles heel. It definitely shines a light on a not good defense, but it's really more than errors are based on throwing errors, fielding errors. I didn't corral the ball. It popped out of my glove. That's an error. My throw went wide. That's an error. Yeah, those are errors, but those don't really tell the whole story, because there are mental errors that do not wind up in a box score, like base running errors, for example. I mean, the Orioles have made a lot of those. Those don't show up in a box score. This team has to start playing smarter and more consistently smarter, I feel. But if we do that, and if Gunnar Henderson can play these final 50 games. At least 75% maybe of that gunner we had a couple of years ago. I think we're in pretty good shape. We're gonna have to wait and see again how the roster looks once this trade deadline's done with to get a true feeling of things. But the way the team is right now, we are doing pretty well since leading into that All-Star break. I think we had 4 wins in a row. Then we hit the break. Then we won 3 on the other side against Houston. That was that 7-game win streak. So ever since that win streak started, we have had some blips along the way. We've been shut out a couple of times. But if you look at the big picture, we've had a pretty good record, and that's how we've gotten back to within a stone's throw of 500 baseball. So let's win this ball game today, folks. I guess I'm behind. I'm already showing 12. I'm in a different time zone. 12:36 a.m. local time for me. So I might be far behind, folks. We'll see. Again, this is why it's critical for us to get synced up, because sometimes I'm farther behind than other times. Let's get this other screen up. Well, they don't have the batter in the box on the animation there quite yet, so maybe we have a minute. Maybe this game's just a minute or two late from starting. Hope everybody out there in Charm City is doing well here on this Sunday afternoon. And yeah, go Orioles. Let's go. All right, Bradish. All right, here we go. Trey Turner is into the box. Let me turn up this volume a little bit so I can hear that crack of the bat. We are ready for baseball. Turner 5 for 9 in the series already. Meanwhile, Kyle Schwarber, who's on deck, has been held hitless 0 for 6. Here we go first, folks. It's the first pitch of the ball game, and it is swung on, grounded up the third base line. Encarnacion Strand will throw to first in time. 1 pitch, 1 out. That is exactly what we're looking for from Kyle Bradish. Meanwhile, I just caught Colton Cowser blowing out a snot rocket and then wiping it on his jersey as the camera pans around the Oriole defense. They just caught Colton Cowser blowing out a snot rocket. Fantastic. Here is Kyle Schwarber, folks, currently batting .248. And the first pitch from Bradish is a good one. On the knees, inside corner, strike 1. Folks, so how far behind am I? Is it crazy? Here's the 0-1 pitch. That one bounced in there, a curveball. 1 ball, 1 strike. I'm still looking at Turner's at bat here. I might have to readjust that. I'm actually doing okay, I think. All right, so I'm about to see the third pitch from Schwarber, and the first one still hasn't registered here, so I'll adjust that in a minute. Swing and a miss. Oh, that curveball. Schwarber with a half-hearted swing there on a pitch in the dirt. Strike 2. Let me see if I can adjust these settings. The 1-2 to Schwarber. In there, called strike 3, a 4-seamer under the hands of Schwarber on the inside edge. Bradish, after a 1-pitch first out, strikes out Kyle Schwarber, who is now 0 for 7 in the series. See you later.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
All right. That's how you start. Here comes Bryce Harper. Harper hitting .254. And Bradish right in there with a sinker that starts inside on the left-handed batter, then tails back over that inside edge for strike 1. Bradish, early doors, but all 6 pitches he's thrown so far appear to be going right where he wants them to. And there's a swing and a miss. Another heater. And it's 0-2 on Harper. Folks, I likey. BW likey. Two down, nobody on, and the 0-2 pitch has swung on and fouled back. A sinker at 97, up and away in the zone. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit refresh on these scoreboards. And by the time they come back in a minute, hopefully they'll be a little more lined up. Two down and another 0-2 to Harper. Here it is. That one's up and away. Not far from the last pitch, but farther out of the zone, and Harper lays off. Orioles are wearing their orange jersey tops with white pants. Phillies wearing their standard road grays. Swing and a miss. That curveball fell off the table. It hit the dirt. Harper swings and misses. Kyle Bradish. What a very promising first inning here today. 3 up, 3 down with a pair of strikeouts of the mighty bats of Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber. Folks.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear? Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
Very nice. We move on to the bottom of the first. It's the Phillies nothing, and the Orioles are coming up. Folks, we don't want to talk too much how we got shut out yesterday, right? But I do have to talk about something positive from yesterday's ball game, and that is the turnout for the channel. Folks, we broke records yesterday. We broke records. Yes, we did. There's only one other game I've done, and I still don't know why it was such a huge turnout, but there was a game I did, I think in May of last year against the Rays that still stands as the most viewed, most like watch time hours and all that. But that game yesterday is now in second place in some categories, in first place in some others, including the likes. Folks, we smashed well over 300 likes. We got up to like 340 or so. We picked up 50 new subscribers. It was a really, really productive day for the channel. It's too bad that it had to come at the expense of us getting shut out, but I didn't make a deal with the devil, folks. I promise. I did not ask the devil to help grow my channel at the expense of the Orioles losing, okay? Here we go with Dylan Beavers. Bottom of the first inning, Zack Wheeler's first pitch is at the bottom of the zone for a strike. Wheeler and Beavers. Folks, show me your Beavers on this Sunday afternoon.
Nice beaver.
Thank you.
0-1 pitch inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Last time out, Wheeler went only 3 innings, giving up 6 hits and 5 earned runs against the Marlins. That is a strike at the top of the zone. Fastball at 94 with some movement on it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The 4-seamer Wheeler throws in that last start, he did not get a single swing and a miss on, and that's the first time that's happened to him since 2020. I'm stealing that little tidbit straight off the Masson screen as Beavers fouls off the pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the Orioles leadoff hitter. It is a cloudy day here in Baltimore. Swing and a miss on a curveball, breaking down and in. And Beavers strikes out. That's how the Oriole offense starts today. And again, early doors, but this could be a hell of a pitching duel on tap between Bradish and Wheeler. Any opening to score a run, you gotta You got to execute. There's a first pitch strike to Pete Alonso at the bottom of the zone. Wheeler is hitting the edges with every strike so far. Here's the next one. A sweeper outside. 1-1 the count on Pete.
A polar bear stirs.
Alonso very familiar with Wheeler with his years in the National League East with the Mets. That should be challenged right there. That is off the plate. Come on, Blue. That is well off the plate. That broke an entire length of the baseball outside. It's called a strike on Alonso. And why not? Wheeler goes back outside again. If you're going to get that call. Says ball 2 here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Wheeler working quickly. The next pitch fouled back by Alonso. Reacting late on that fastball, but able to foul it back. Still 2-2.
A polar bear stirs.
Wheeler kicks and deals, and the pitch is over the plate but low. The count has gone full. Gunnar Henderson waiting on deck. Here comes the payoff pitch. That one's right in the middle of the plate. Alonso can only foul off that split finger. It's the first splitter from Wheeler today. I believe he's got at least a 5-pitch mix, maybe 6. Here comes another 3-2. And that ball's hit up the middle. A nice swing by Alonso. That ball rode the carpet all the way in the outfield. A 1-out single for the Polar Bear. First base runner of the day for either team. That one 103.5 off the bat. On a sweeper that had a lot of movement on it. Nice piece of hitting by Alonso. He's on at first base. Here comes Gunnar.
His name's Gunnar and he's dating my mom.
Wait a minute. I forgot the squeak. There we go. First pitch strike to Gunnar. Gunnar's average is 220. What's new? It's been 220, give or take a point now, seemingly forever. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss on a rising fastball that by the time it got to the catcher was above the zone. And Gunnar in the hole 0-2. Gunner's at 18 homers, 47 driven in on the season. And we'll ask for time here before the 0-2 pitch. Albarnez is wearing the proper uniform today. He's not wearing a pullover jersey, a pullover hoodie or any of that. He's dressed like a proper old school manager. Keep doing that, Albie. 0-2 pitch. Gunnar is going to hit a ball out to center field here. He got under it. And it'll be an easy out for Crawford in center. That's the second out for Baltimore. And it'll be up to Taylor Ward to try to do something with Alonso at first base. Gunnar, by the way, slamming his bat down after that swing. And really, dude, you have to just... I guess we can't change him, but it's just unfortunate because I remember Gunnar before he would do that every time. When Gunnar was putting up MVP numbers, he would still have at bats where maybe he came up with a runner on base and hit an out somewhere. He wouldn't do that. His brain is his own worst enemy, and I know the feeling. I'm kind of in the same boat myself, if I'm going to be honest. Folks, forgive me for the diatribe. Taylor Ward just swung and missed on a 1-0 pitch to even up the count at a ball and a strike. Ward hitting 245. 1-1. That sweeper caught the middle of the plate, and Ward fouls it off. 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pretty good looking crowd here with the threatening weather. The 1-2 on the outside edge. It kisses that edge for strike 3. Wheeler is looking sharp in his first inning of work. However, he did give up a base hit, while Bradish did not. So advantage Bradish after 1 inning, I guess, but both these pitchers look like they are ready to battle here today. At the end of 1, no score here in Baltimore. Folks, let's say hi to the folks in the Charm City chat. By the way, we got 70 people who have already hit the like button. I haven't even had to say anything. You guys really have your work cut out for you today. If I don't think we're going to get over 300 likes today. Let's just go ahead and be honest. But darn it, we're going to try to work to 200 by the time that's all said and done. And we're already a third of the way there. So good work. But if you needed a reminder to hit that like button, here it is. We got a break. Tap that thumbs up, please. And we'll be at triple digits soon enough. All right. Let's say hi to the Charm City chat. Get as many people in as I can before the next inning. Alan Piles is here. Husey Incan is saying, folks. It's my catchphrase. What can I say? Phantom is here. George. Brian Mitch. I keep saying Tremella right, but I'm starting to realize the L might be an I. Might be Tremea right. Tremella, if I'm butchering your name, I apologize. Warren Boom is here. Ozman Scott. Shantae Holland. Todd Zace. Am I reading that right? Seeing some new names. That's always good. Kurt Montgomery is here. Carl Schaefer. Big Jim 11. How you doing, buddy? Matt Abel is here. Nicholas Handy. On point. Paul. Hello, Paul. We got the first pitch of the top of the second, excuse me, and it's fouled away. Alec Boehm fouls off Bradish's first pitch. Erica Cirque, welcome back. Bartman 7181 is here. Edward Cantor. Vontae Boyd. Next pitch is a check swing, excuse me, foul ball there by Alec Boehm. 0-2 the count. Ryan Lust, welcome back. Vanilla Spice, my favorite Spice Girl. Welcome back. Timothy Kinley. Got your name already. This pitch is fouled away, still 0-2. Looking like nothing but repeats. Rob Freeman, who's been a regular here since he's found the channel. Welcome back, Rob. Mr. Hyde, welcome back. Did I get both Edwards already? We got a Cantor and we've got a Bowers. Welcome both Edwards. Here comes another 0-2 pitch. That one's off the plate. A slider that started outside and finished further outside. Ronnie Hood is here. The Major as well. Turtle Dove. It's been a minute, hasn't it? 00 Go Van 00. How you doing? Key West. Good to see you as well. Jet Bond. Up and in on Boehm. That pitch luckily didn't hit him. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Boehm leading off the top of the second. Let's see. I think that's pretty much it. We're getting near the bottom. Ayo D is here. That ball, inside out swing. Please tell me that's a foul ball. It's a foul ball. Boehm nearly went the other way down the right field line, but it's foul. JG8678. That's a tough one to remember. But welcome in, sir. I think that might have been my first license plate, if I'm being honest. How did you know that? Wait a minute. We still have Boehm at the plate? I thought we were done with him. 2-2 pitch. That bounces in there. Curveball, full count. Who else? Anita Helton. Welcome in, Anita. Christopher Haas says, hey, BW. We're waiting on a payoff pitch here to Bohm. And here it comes. That's a nice slider on 3-2. That ball is going to be hit out to right field, but an easy catch for Taveras, who just has to take a couple of leisurely steps to his left. And that is out number one here in the second. 4 up, 4 down for Bradish so far. So good. So good. I got a roommate, an old roommate of mine. I used to live in North Carolina, and I guess in North Carolina, at least while I was living there, you can get a personalized license plate without having to pay that extra fee. So my roommate and I were sitting around, probably stoned, coming up with clever license plate ideas, and I actually came up with one, and he went out and actually got it. I think you're allowed 8 total characters, even though like the classic license plate has like 6. But it depends on the characters. It might be 7, it might be 8. But I'll reveal to you in a minute here what that license plate was. Brandon Marsh has a 1-1 count at the plate right now. And this fastball, a little bit high. 2-1 on Marsh. He's hitting 279. Left-handed hitter. The 2-1 pitch is hit out to right, and that ball is going to back Taveras up just a couple of steps. He's in front of the track. He makes the catch. I might be seeing a little bit of sprinkles there in the ballpark right now, or that might have been just an optical illusion. Is there a little bit of rain coming down right now? It looks, yeah, there's rain coming down right now. Light rain in the ball game right now, folks. 2 down, nobody on, and the batter, JT Realmuto. Now, the last thing you want to have happen is some sort of a delay early where our starter basically has to have his start truncated down to like 30, 40 pitches or something. You don't want that. We want to get everything we can out of Bradish here today. 1-0 on Realmuto, and there's a good strike. Sinker on the outer edge. Count even up. The veteran Realmuto, 223 average on the season. 2 down, nobody on. The 1-1 pitch lays off a curveball away. 2-1. Folks, triple digit on the likes. Triple digits on those likes. We got about 150 people right now. We're just 14 away from 100 likes. Waiting on a 2-1 pitch. And here it is. That ball's hit in the air to center. But that one should stay in the yard. I think Cowser is way back in the deepest part of the park. Realmuto got into it through the raindrops, but that ball dies on the warning track, and the inning is over. Bradish allows his... didn't he allow a base runner in there somewhere? Or am I nuts? No, he's 6 up, 6 down. He is 6 up, 6 down. Let's go. Folks, we go to the bottom of the second. No score. Rain helped keep that ball in the yard. Yeah, I would hope. So yeah, what was the license plate? How did it go? Hair. I think it was something like 8ARE 3.14. All right, this was the license plate. There it is. Can anybody translate that? He got away with it, too. I couldn't believe it. Secret message. Folks, Freddie Peralta is going to the Rays. Is that right? All right, let me confirm that. Well, if we're going to add an arm, sounds like names are starting to drop. Let's see. Rays get their starter, who joins Rasmussen, McClanahan, and Nick Martinez in one of the AL's best rotations. First on the news, Will Salmon. All right, let's go to Will's Twitter. Going back to the Mets, Aiden Smith, Emil Petre, and Gary Gill Hill. Who are they? They are Rays prospects. Freddie Peralta is now a Tampa Bay Ray. And, folks, we got 7 games against the Rays in a 10-game span coming up in the middle of the month. Folks, Jackson Holliday will lead it off here in the bottom of the second inning. Didn't we do this not long ago with... Oh, George figured it out. Yeah, George, you got it. Hair pie. Yes, we got that through. I wonder if he still has that license. He was so proud of himself when he got back from the DMV with the license plate in that envelope or whatever. The big reveal. Holiday with a count of 1-0. The pitch popped up out of play for strike 1. All right. Milkman. What happened? Kowser's up now? Holiday is at the plate right now with a count of a ball and a strike. And suddenly my game just froze. Please pop back into place. Folks, my live streams, they're like a dislocated shoulder. Sometimes you have to pop it back into place. The 1-2 pitch. So the previous pitch was a strike. I didn't see it. Sorry. Next one is inside. 2-2 on Holiday now. Can I turn on the scoreboard above my head? Oh, it's not rotating. Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. I will hit the refresh on it, and hopefully that'll work. Stand by. Stand by. Might take a minute if it's going to work at all. 2-2 to Holiday. He gets a piece of it, fouls it behind the plate. There you go. Folks, ask and ye shall receive. Paul, you got lucky. You didn't even mention me, and you got your request met rather quickly. Another 2-2 to Jackson Holiday. Swing and a miss, and down he goes. Folks, which pitcher is going to do something wrong first? Right now, this is looking like a low-scoring affair. Here comes Encarnacion Strand. 306 average, 3 homers, 11 driven in. Comebacker to Wheeler. He doesn't pick it right off the bat, but the ball dies right at his feet. He just has to pick it up and throw out Strand for out number 2. Strand retired quickly. Tavares is the next hitter.
Come on, let's dance.
And my fault for not getting in the Encarnacion walk-up music. There we go. Tavares showing bunt with 2 outs and nobody on. And his bunt just dropped straight down in foul territory for strike 1. A lot of Philly fans here today helping out attendance, just like they helped out on my channel yesterday. Thank you, Philly. Now, time to beat you. Oh, not a good-looking swing from Taveras on that curveball. It's 0-2. He started a swing, could not hold up, and that pitch was in the dirt. 0-2 with 2 out, nobody on, and that one's low and away. We went through all the rain songs last time we had some rain, right? I put in my 2 CCR rain songs. This ball's popped up left field, heading toward the foul line, Marsh. And we'll take a step back from that line to make the catch. Oh, look, Brandon Marsh's stringy, nasty-looking hair is now also wet from the precipitation. Great. Brandon Marsh looks even more like a Neanderthal. We go to the third inning, folks. We're scoreless. I'm just picking on Marsh. I just could not deal with all that hair. Folks, if I had that haircut in this part of the world where I live, I would pass out from heat stroke. 2 likes away from 100, folks. Just the 2. And we are at 100. You hit the add button. What did I add? I want to add a little something something. Speaking of adding something, I'm convinced now. This coin thing and jewel thing, I have to think the only reason why I can't see it on my end is that it's something that I need to be in the States to have access to. I think me being overseas for whatever reason, that just isn't an option for me. I'm a little jealous. I still feel like it's kind of a gimmick. I mean, it's just another way to support the channel. To me, I think JJ was explaining it, something like 500 joules or 1,000 joules equates to like $5 or something. I'm like, what do we need the joules for then? If somebody wants to help out with $5, they could just send $5. Oh, no, don't tell me the umps are ready to put the tarp out. No, not already. No. No tarp. No tarp. Both Don Mattingly and Craig Albanese are having separate conversations with separate umpires right now. Bradish is on the mound warming up for the top of the third, but they have yet to resume the game. Umpires might be giving the managers some sort of say in what to do here and how they want to handle the weather. I mean, if I'm Albanese, I don't want to put a tarp down. I don't know when it's going to come back off, and I don't know how much more from Bradish I'm going to get. Of course, I guess you could say, well, the same would apply to Wheeler, and the advantage for either side cancels itself out, but give me Bradish. Bradish is on the mound, and we are ready for the next inning. First pitch, and that's not called a strike, and we're going to have to use a challenge in order to get this call corrected. Bryson Stott at the plate, and that pitch is entirely in the zone. Folks, get the bee bag out.
Oh, no, not the bees! Not the bees! Ah! Oh, my eyes! Eyes! Ah!
0-1 on Stott, who's hitting .253. This one's hit in the air to center field, but it's shallow. And Cowser will come in and make a catch just above his waist for the first out. Marsh, you damn hippie. Brandon Marsh was conceived at Woodstock. Woodstock 99. Or was it 94? Pitch inside to Justin Crawford. Ball 1 to him. He's hitting .257 with a couple of homers, 25 RBI. The 1-0. Oh, and why fall behind this guy? That curveball missed. 2-0 the count. Hopefully Bradish has got a good grip on this ball in these wet conditions. Need that command to be on point. This pitch is fouled back. Got a fastball. 2-1 the count. 99. Luftballons. Here's an inside-out swing, and that ball is going to hit down the left field line. Beavers, what are you doing? I guess Beavers, maybe wet grass out there. I don't know, but he took a couple of extra steps before cutting this ball off and getting it back in and trying to hold this hit to a single. But it is a double by Crawford. I know he's fast. I'm not sure just how fast he is. Maybe it would have been a double even if Beavers had fielded it a little better. But the Phillies have a runner in scoring position here with 1 out, and the number 9 hitter, Brian De La Cruz, takes ball 1 high. Apparently, folks, the rain is only going to get heavier. I'm seeing now Animan reporting about heavy rain. Folks, afternoon games with rain delays where I live, it is the worst. Because I already have to basically sacrifice sleeping. This ball's hit to center field and deep. Going back is Cowser, and he makes a leaping attempt, but it's gone. And the number 9 batter has done it again. I have to know. I have to see it with my own eyes. There cannot be another team that fails to retire that number 9 batter as badly as we do. This was a hanging curveball from Bradish. And De La Cruz is ready for it. Cowser did everything he could, but he just simply ran out of room. That ball landing between the wall and the taller wall of the bleachers out there. 2-0 Phillies in the top of the 3rd inning. Well, we now know that you can hit a ball through the rain out of here. Trey Turner's up. And, man, this is tough to watch. He just gave up that fat curveball that's very un-Bradish. This first pitch in the dirt. I have to wonder if this rain is having an effect on his command. We got a low strike call there. That was definitely low. Turner does not challenge. The count, 2 balls and a strike. Pitch outside, and he's falling behind Turner 3-1. Again, you look at how Bradish looked the first inning or two before the rain. It was what, 6 up, 6 down, dominant looking stuff, and then the rain started to fall, and it's looked like an entirely different pitcher. The count has gone full on Turner. Payoff pitch, and that's ball 4. Check swing appeal. He did not go. That was our only hope because that pitch was, again, nowhere near where Bradish certainly was trying to aim it. This is, I tell you what, if Alvarez has the option to, say, put the tarp out there or not, based on how things are going right now, maybe you should. Here comes Kyle Schwarber, and there's water starting to collect on the warning tracks. Actually, we're looking at the infield. Yeah, they're going to have to, man, damn it. In fact, the umpire is walking out right now with Drew French, who's got a towel with him, probably to wipe Bradish down. I wasn't sure if they were going to talk about going to a rain delay right then and there, but a towel break for Bradish. Schwarber's up. Infield is getting pretty muddy looking out there. Pitch is a strike. 0-1 on Schwarber. One out, runner at first. 2 runs in already. And now, on top of everything else, I have to refresh my game. Come on. Why are you doing this to me? Why torture me like this? I'm already on the cusp of having to play Yahtzee for the next 2 hours. Let's at least keep this stream going. 1-1 on Schwarber. And make it 2-1. Yeah, they got to put a tarp out there. This sucks. Because we probably, I mean, I'm sure Albanese was thinking, well, I want Bradish to give me as much as he can. 2-1 curveball swung on a miss, 2-2. But if we're only going to be able to get 1 extra inning out of Bradish, and that inning is spent giving up 2 runs while laboring out there, maybe we should have just said, go ahead and stop it now. Maybe we made the wrong choice. Maybe Alvarez thought, well, Bradish could pitch the 3rd, and then we put the tarp out. He gets 3 innings in, while Wheeler only gets in 2. But right now, it's not looking like a good idea to keep this game going. Foul ball by Schwarber. Still 2-2. 1 out, runner at first. 2 runs in for the Phillies. And look at this infield. A 2-2 pitch. Check swing. Appeal. No. Full count. A full rain out. I mean, Phantom, do you mind checking? Do the Phillies have the day off tomorrow as well or not? If they have the day off tomorrow, then I'm willing to consider that possibility. But if they don't, I think they're going to. I think the rain's supposed to clear up in the early evening, and if they have to wait that long, yeah, they play tomorrow. They're gonna. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna get washed out. I don't know. The reports are saying that it's coming down really hard. If a major storm cell passes over the ballpark and dumps a shit ton of water on there, it could get rained out. The 2 teams are close enough geographically. Oh, look at that running start, and we've got him picked off. Alonso throws to second, and the runner in a pickle. Back to Alonso. Tag applied, and that's your 2nd out. Okay. Folks, the weather is certainly playing a factor in the ball game right now. Trey Turner trying to dance off second to get a running start. Then he froze as Bradish turned to look at him. And he was a dead duck. So now the bases are empty with 2 down and a full count on Schwarber. Here's the payoff, and that's ball 4. Yep, we're not getting good Bradish right now. Unless he gets this next batter on the first pitch, he's going to at least hit 50 pitches here in the 3rd inning. And the batter coming up is Bryce Harper. It's only getting harder. Well, Animan, you better consult a doctor about that. I mean, how long's it been? Has it been 36 hours, 48 hours? You better get to your local physician, Animan. Come on. We've been watching these commercials now for a generation or more. You got to be careful, man. Folks. Hey, speaking of bad jokes, I just told one. Here's a ground ball fouled off to the right by Harper. It's 0-2. One more strike will end the inning. Hey, if we get in a rain delay, we can check in with my friend in his play-by-play channel / morning sports talk show, where they talk about everything except relevant sports. This curveball on 0-2 bounces away from Jake Rogers, and that'll allow Schwarber to move up to second base. Wild pitch from Bradish. And that's just another factor you have to worry about with this, with these conditions. Trying to end this 3rd inning. 2 strikes, 2 down on Harper. Pitch. That's low. Am I wearing a nice blue shirt? Most of my shirts are not blue, and most of my shirts are not nice. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. A sinker at the top of the zone. This inning is finally over.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear? Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
The Phillies get 2 runs on the board on a 2-run homer that cut through this rain all the way out toward right center field, hit by Brian De La Cruz, the number 9 batter. Number 9. Hello, operator. Give me number 9. If you disconnect me, I'll kick you from behind. The refrigerator was a piece of glass. Miss Susie sat upon it and broke her little ask me no more questions. I'll tell you no more lies. The boys were in the bathroom, zipping up. Their flies were in the kitchen. Sorry, I don't know, something from like 2nd grade. Folks, that was my 6-7 when I was growing up. Why don't we check in with our buddy? What's he talking about?
I'm going to say this aloud.
Okay.
I have...
Wait, hold on. You mean versus say it to yourself? You're on a show with a microphone in your face. Why wouldn't you say it aloud? This guy, I tell you what.
Tried my best.
Yeah?
I really have.
Yeah.
Not to pay attention to the people that hate me, that hate my crew, or hate the show. Because
I know the feeling. I got my share.
There are people that do. There are people that make fun of this show. There are...
Who would dare do that? What a scumbag.
People that do not respect the show. We have people that have been here, that have gone away, and slowly are coming back to here. Do y'all know what it takes to put this show on a daily basis? And we're
based on your production, what does it take? Moving from the bedroom to the living room where your chair is in front of your computer. That's what it takes. Folks, the Orioles What are we doing? We're definitely laying down some dry dirt. I think we're going to try and manicure this infield and play on rather than go with the tarp. So it's not going to be a full delay with a tarp for now. Orioles grounds crew is out there. They're probably going to go through about, a half a ton worth of these bags of sand to try to cover up the wetter areas of the infield. There's the best job, that rake. The upside down rake. That's how you get this field ready. That's how I use my vacuum cleaner. I turn it upside down. It works better that way. Folks, we have a delay, but not a delay. At least not yet. Get the Zamboni out here. I got to tell you, the more that this grounds crew is walking around and trying to manicure this infield, the shittier it's looking. It looks worse right now. It looks so much worse than it did before they went out there. Oh, boy. You're going to need more bags than that, gentlemen. You're going to need more bags than that. Bryson Stott has got something tucked under his jersey. It looks like he's robbing a convenience store out there. I've been caught stealing once when I was 5. I enjoy stealing. It's just as simple as that. Well, it's just a simple fact. When I want something, man, I don't want to pay for it. Bryson Stott. He walked right through the door. Walked right through the door. Folks, what the hell are we doing here? It seems like all of that maintenance led to the field looking exactly as shitty as it did 20 minutes ago. What the hell are we doing right here? Oh my God, they've got an AI photo of Ben McDonald if he had Brandon Marsh's hair. Why? Stop it with the AI. I don't need to know what Ben McDonald would look like if he had a meth problem. Folks, the grounds crew is continuing to lay more sand out there. And every bag of sand they lay out there, by the time they grab another bag, the bag they just dumped out there has been covered with more rain. Look at this field. It looks just as shitty as it did before. This is not working. This is not working. Now they're getting the tarp. Now they're getting the tarp. Holy shit. What a disaster. All we need now is somebody from the grounds crew to get trapped underneath this stupid thing. Oh, we got a frickin' delay. Oh, my God. Give me a lucky. God. It was a waste. We should have just stopped the game. Bradish maybe doesn't give up those runs. We don't sit here and futz around for 20 minutes doing a pointless job. Somebody was in charge of making these decisions. I know Chilo is just waiting by. Chilo is literally on the website right now to play some Yahtzee. Folks, we've got a rain delay. Why don't we do one thing first? Why don't we check in with our buddy over in JJ's channel, Play-by-Play with JJ. Why don't we go over there and raid him and say hello? Let me see if he's already cut away or not. If he hasn't, let's go in and say hi. He can let him know, sorry for the delay. There's the link at the bottom of the chat right now, folks, to get into JJ's channel. JJ, if you don't know who he is a friend of mine, and he runs a play-by-play channel where he covers Philadelphia sports mainly, more than just the Phillies. He's just gone to his rain delay screen. I'm going to type in happy delay. Happy rain delay. Yay. There you go. Orioles fan just saying hello. You got to say raid, folks. You got to get their attention. Let's see what JJ says.
Tomorrow will be on early in the morning. I have not set a time yet. That's on me. But we are going to be on pretty much throughout the whole day tomorrow, covering the trade deadline.
See, this is what I'm talking about. I can't keep up with JJ. I'm sitting here wondering, I might do like a 1 hour, 2 hour trade deadline show tomorrow night. JJ is going to just be on all day. Like probably 12 straight hours streaming for trade coverage. I can't hold a candle to him. I can't.
Going to be out there, but I did want to break that to you guys. I did.
Break it.
We will be covering the MLB trade deadline tomorrow throughout the entire morning / afternoon as well. And that'll be a lot of fun.
Okay, I'll look it up on my. If somebody might be able to type it in faster than I can confirm it on my own. But when is the actual trade deadline tomorrow? Is it like 6 o'clock Eastern, or is it a midnight situation? It's usually one or the other. It is 6 p.m. Thank you, Earl. 6 p.m. Eastern? Okay, thank you, Earl. Okay. Well, in that case, I mean, I'm not going to get up early. It's a day off. I'm going to sleep in. But if I get up and go on about 7 p.m., then I could spend an hour at least going over the day that was and how our team is looking. Uh-oh, we got some Baltimore ladies with some wet T-shirts out there, folks. Wet T-shirt day at the ballpark. Now, there is a promotion I can get behind. I can get behind it. I can get in front of it. I can even be on the side. Folks, wet T-shirt night coming up at the ballpark. Sure as hell beats another floppy hat. Folks, rain delay. Rain a delay. I posted a comedy pic in the Discord. Uh-oh. Oh, God. And this really could be a while, folks, because it's not like it was raining super hard. It was just steady and accumulating. Apparently, there's even harder rain potentially on the way here. What is this? Phantom says this is not political, and the first thing I see is something that, without further context, looks very much political. What is this? Oh, okay. These are the plans. How to, folks, we got strategic war plans in place for Dodger Stadium. Now, wait a minute. Where is their AI data center? You got to have an AI data center somewhere in the vicinity here, or else this just isn't accurate enough. Folks, you're not living life unless you're living within a mile or two of a AI data center. Folks. All right, with the Yahtzee. My goodness, I didn't realize folks were such Yahtzee fanatics. My goodness. Okay. All right, well, we're going to do two things. We're going to play Yahtzee, and we're going to listen to this whack job talk about his channel again and say all this crazy-ass stuff. How long do you think the lockout next year will be? B-Dub, I would just be guessing. I have no estimate that means anything. I would just be guessing. We put a war on Mike Elias tomorrow if he makes those trades. Which trades? Are you talking about like Adley and Jackson Holliday's not going to get traded? I know Jackson Holliday's been talked about. And I do think Matt Holliday wants his son to play somewhere not here. And it is a little bizarre that Holliday finally heated up the way he did just in time for this trade deadline. But I don't want to think that it's anything more than a coincidence. I hope not. All right. Do I have an Orioles Discord that people can join? Yes and no. Yes, I have one that people can join right now. No. But I'm glad you said something because I do have a potential workaround, but there's only one issue. Again, I do not want my channel to be one of these channels where certain people have access to extra things versus other people. Like, you know, I'm sure you've been to channels on YouTube where they have a Patreon, and if you give money to their Patreon, you might have access to their videos earlier than regular people, or you might be able to vote on whatever topic or movie or whatever it is that channel's doing, you know, that kind of thing. I don't like that. I want all of my content to be free and available to everybody, and when it comes to, you know, monetizing the channel and gaining revenue, I just want it to be a little more organic. I just want the kind contributions from people to come in on some sort of semi-regular basis and just do it that way. But, yeah, there is a Discord. Sorry to make this a long-winded answer to your question. But inside this, I just noticed this today. There's a new feature for streamers that's called Members Only Live Stream. I can turn this live stream right now into a members only one where only Magic members can watch it. Now, I would never want to do that, but people who are Magic members are people that I can at least sort of what's the word? God, I hate it when I can't think of a word. If you're a Magic member, then I'm not worried that you're going to be a troublemaker in my Discord. Unfortunately, there is one major troublemaker out there who has already broken into the Discord a couple of different times by posing as somebody who was friendly on another channel to get my Discord information. But here's the deal. If you are a member and you want to stick around, say, at the end of the ball game, I can then turn on the members only stream feature. And when that is on, I can post my Discord invite, and those who are members can then go to the link for that invitation and come into the Discord. Again, that sounds unfair if you're not a member, like you're getting cheated. If you want to be a part of that Discord, it shouldn't require that you become a member, but it's either do that or continue to have nobody show up. Is everybody understanding what I'm saying here? Is that Albert Suarez warming up right now, or are we watching an old game? This better be an old game. Are they just playing an old game here? Yeah, okay. The tarp is in the upper right, and that's okay. That's a replay of another game. Never mind. All right. So, folks, it doesn't look like anybody's responding to my talking about the Discord. So, just the lack of general giving a damn about it. Maybe I don't need to talk about it anymore. But someday it would be nice. Yeah, I saw that Phantom, and the follow-up to that, 4 1/3, 67 pitches. Yeah, that might be all he needs, Phantom. Rockabatko said one or two more, with one of the two being the one today. So it's only one more at the most, but they could be done. 67, you can stretch that to 80 for that first start back. Just 5 innings, maybe 5 and change, 80 pitches, and call it a day. But we're not necessarily guaranteeing that there's going to be a spot for Bassett. We might have another pitcher in the mix through the trade window here. Hey, Shane, would I consider calling the Ravens? It would still be bird watching, and you're absolutely right, it would. But, Shane, I got to be honest. I've said this before. I call the Orioles because I invest 100% of my time and energy into this team, and I wouldn't want to be a channel that followed other teams that I just don't myself personally follow as much. I'm not as passionate about the Ravens or about the NFL in general as I am about my beloved Orioles. Could I do a decent job at calling Ravens games? Maybe. But I also feel like if there was another YouTuber out there that was a diehard Ravens fan and they wanted to start a channel and they wanted to be the home of the Ravens, I feel like somebody out there deserves that opportunity more than me. And I guess with that in mind, I kind of feel like me doing this is kind of my thing. I'd feel a little bit. There are a couple of the guys that call Orioles games, but they don't call them every day. I just want to focus on that, and I do need a break. I'm going to be calling playoff games, whether the Orioles are a part of it or not, in October. So the month of October is going to be filled up. And, of course, once we get back to February, spring training games start back up. So really it's just November, December, and January, 3 full months of no baseball. And I need that break. I need that break. Plus there's also conflicts that first month or two. You're going to have Sunday games where the Ravens and the Orioles are on at the same time. And the Orioles are always going to be a priority. So again, I think it's best. Bones. Okay, Bones, thank you for becoming a Magic member. You were interested in getting into the Discord, but just to let you know, thank you for becoming a member, but that whole idea of members only at the end of the stream today, it's just an idea right now. We'll see how it goes. But I will try to get some folks in from the Discord soon, okay? All right. My God, Yahtzee. Gibney Legunion just said, BW, you just inspired me. I'm going to do a Ravens show. Well, there you go. I wish you good luck, Gibney. And once you get it going, let us know. And I'll check it out. And as long as it's not hot, stinking garbage, I'll even promote it for you. Okay? I can't promote hot, stinking garbage. All right? Don't do any of that AI slop. All right, buddy? No AI slop, if you don't mind. Like a certain daily Orioles news show. All right, I'm going to reluctantly dip my toes into some Yahtzee here, folks. Yahtzee time. Which means Chilo is probably already exiting out of the game he's in the middle of in order to make sure that he's got first dibs on playing me. Ah, folks, you Yahtzee people. What's wrong with you? All right. We are going to go over here to my desktop and let's see what happens. Yahtzee. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Multiplayer. Let's see. Who is in the room? Who is in the room and who's going to challenge me first? Who is Bob? Who the hell is Bob? Chilo, you're not Bob, are you? I'm going to decline Bob for now. Folks, if you want to play me, you're going to have to let me know. Oh, that's Chilo. Oh, God. Here we go. Here's Chilo. All right, Chilo, you get the first roll, bud. Good luck. Chilo's got a couple of boxcars. Now he's got a small straight. Okay, feel free to go with that. I'll take the boat. I'll take the boat. Your turn. Oh, look at all those ones, Chilo. Well, now he's got a boat. That's it for the boats. What do we do here? This is where I'm going to go with the old 4-5 combo. Look at that. I'm a genius. That's how you get a large straight. Oh, you got to have a feeling for this game. You got to have a feel. You feel me, folks? You got to have a feel. There's some fours for you. Come on, man. Sing the Pina Colada song. If you like pina colada, getting caught in the rain. Notice how I skipped the small straight I was dealt? That's because I'm looking for something better. Like this. Boom. I really don't know that song well enough, the lyrics. Or REM. Okay. You got an REM song for me? Anything Automatic for the People or earlier? If it's later than Automatic for the People, I'm probably not going to be able to help you. If you like pina colada. I hate going for ones, folks. I just don't like going for ones. Let's try boxcars. All right, that's a good chance. I'll take it. If you change your mind, I'll be first in line. Baby, I'm still free. Take a chance on me. Did anybody want ABBA? Was anybody in the mood for ABBA? Oh, no, Chilo. Oh, no. That is an inferior chance. That chance is inferior to my chance. What do I want to do here? Well, now that my chance has been used, I guess I'll just go with the ones here. I knew that would be a wasted roll. What a waste. Gardening at night. Okay, Paul, do you want the Chronic Town version or do you want the eponymous version with the horns? That's a little more upbeat. You got the somber Gardening at Night off the Chronic Town EP, and then you got the more upbeat Gardening at Night off the eponymous album. I prefer the up-tempo version myself. Can I go up-tempo? Uh-oh, this is going to be a dangerous roll here. All right, I'll take it. +4 up top. Paul, you picked the wrong one. I got to do the up-tempo one, man. The somber one is just too somber. I see your money on the floor. I felt the pocket change through a hole. Feelings that go throughout your chest and they seem to be too real. Yeah, it's nothing but a guess. The sun just hurts my eyes. Someone help. It must be time for a penny change. Gardening at night has never worked. Gardening at night. Gardening at night. Uh-oh, Chilo is 1-1 from Oyatsi. Oops. Take your 10 and 4 of a kind. All right, let's get boxcars, baby. You want some REM? Boxcars. Out of town boxcars. All right, here's the upbeat version. I see your money on the floor. I felt the pocket change through a hole. Feelings that grow throughout your chest and they seem to be too real. Yeah, it's nothing but a guess. The sun just hurts my eyes. Someone help. It must be time for a penny change. Gardening at night has never worked. Gardening at night. Gardening at night. Gardening at night. It's as beautiful as earth. Call the valley for a change. Cost $2.51. They said it couldn't be arranged. You threw out the garbage sound, but they were appreciating the hurt. I failed not to see that sign. Gardening at night, just living proof. I see your money on the floor. I felt the pocket change through a hole. Feelings that grow throughout your chest and they seem to be too real. Gardening at night. Gardening at night. Gardening at night. All right, there you go. At least part of it anyway. Oh no, Chilo did not get upper bonus. I repeat, Chilo did not get upper bonus. This is the worst roll you can throw out there when you need a small straight and some threes. There's the threes. I only need... You know what? I really don't need the threes. 1 3 would be enough. Let's go for that straight and get it out of the way. Yeah, +9. Oh, yeah. I've already got upper bonus. This game is over unless Chilo gets a Yahtzee right now. Chilo loses. Sorry, Chilo. It's not as easy as it looks, does it, bud? Not so easy. All right. There you go. All right, so we've done an REM Chronic Town song. Now we're going to move. We're going to go through REM's collection for the first 6 albums. Now we're moving on to their first full-length album, Murmur, circa 1983. What song off Murmur shall we do? Are we doing a rematch here, Chilo? Because I just handed you your ass. I just handed you your ass, Chilo. That's a big W for me. Is anybody else wanting to play me in Yahtzee? Do they want to get a turn? You just go Google free Yahtzee, and it shouldn't be hard to find. You just have to make like a screen name. You don't have to register or anything like that. There we go. Folks, give me a track off of Murmur. What do you like off of Murmur, folks? Ooh, now this is a tough choice. Do you take the full house? First roll of the game? I say no. I say go for something big. And I didn't get it, and that's okay because I got 3 5s. It's okay. Took a chance. Good news, and other favorite YouTubers actually semi-alert and calling a game. Are you talking about my buddy over here?
Expanding to 3 hours. It takes.
Oh, he's talking about going back to a 3-hour show that he does not even have 1 hour's worth of content for. Not a good idea, sir. Oh, man, I've already got 5s. This is the worst frickin' roll ever. I'm just going to roll them again. Just give me another whole roll. There you go. Now I know what direction to go with. Ah, I got 4 2s out of it. That's the guy. Yes. Folks, thought we were on an REM kick here. What happened? I only perform by request only. Somebody's looking up Murmur right now. Like, what is this Murmur he's talking about? All right, Chilo. You better bring it. Pilgrimage. I might have to pull up the lyrics for that. I like it, though. Man, a cappella, some of these songs, I'm not sure how they're going to sound. These are songs I will sing to myself in the shower with some nice acoustics. But this is a bit of a risk. Speaking in tongues. It's worth the broken lip. I'm going to have to look at these lyrics. Hold on a sec. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Hey there, Wayne. Thanks for stopping in, buddy. Oh, Chilo just got a Yahtzee. He thinks he's hot shit now. Watch this. We're going for the old boat here. Give me a boat. There you go. Let's see. Lyrics. Give me Take a turn. Take a turn. Take a fortune. Take a fortune. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. They call it a clip. A two-headed cow. Your hate, clipped and distant. Your luck with pilgrimage. Rest assured this will not last. Take a turn for the worst. Your hate, clipped and distant. Your luck, the pilgrimage. The pilgrimage has gained momentum. Take a turn. Take a turn. Take a fortune. JJ Raiders are here wondering what the hell's going on. Speaking in tongues. It's karaoke and Yahtzee for this rain delay. Welcome in, JJ peeps. Please hit the like button and subscribe. We're just screwing around over here. Speaking in tongues. It's worth the broken lip. I don't know what to go with here. This is a terrible roll. I'm just going to roll them again. All right, that's better. Let's see. +3. I can't afford to do that, but he's already got a Yahtzee. Shoot. I'm in a real pickle. I'm going to put an O right there. Probably going to regret that. Rain stopping in 12 minutes. Wow, that is extremely accurate. What are you, Doc Brown from Back to the Future Part 2? How the hell do you know? Wow. Chilo's got me on this one. All right, well, I'm going to have to not get a Yahtzee and then hope I get a large straight and he doesn't. But then I can't make up anything in 4 of a kind. I got to make up 10 points. How am I going to make up the 10 points? He's got a good 3 of a kind already. I can't punt on upper bonus. This sucks. This sucks. I think Chilo won here. The weather app. All right, well, it's approximate Key West, and I do appreciate the info. Folks, the rain might be stopping in about 12 minutes. Oh, I'll take that. Where do we leave off here? The pilgrimage has gained momentum. Take a turn, take a turn, take a turn, take a turn, take a fortune. It's only 2 a.m. over here, folks. Here's the good news. Where I live, everybody's up at 2 in the morning. Ah, ha, ha. Pilgrimage. All right, that's not the 3 of a kind I was going for, but I'm stuck. Pilgrimage. Will I be managing the Orioles in the offseason? Yes, on a video game called The Show. That's about as close as it'll get for me. Hey, Chilo, you won. You won, buddy. I got no chance. Nice job, man. Terrible, terrible roll of the dice for me. You don't even need that large straight. Don't worry about it. You don't even need it. I can't even get a 4 here. Are you kidding me? Ugh. Terrible. Terrible, terrible. 9 minutes. 9. Well, you will come back because Wheeler done. All right. Pretty persuasion for Reckoning. Are we moving on to Reckoning now? She's got Pretty Persuasion. I don't know. That's like my favorite album, and that might be pretty low on my list of favorites from my favorite album. Well done, Chilo. Look at him typing in 1-1. Yeah, I think I can keep up with the score. We played twice. I won and you won. Would you like to go by total points? Because you beat me here by, what, 19 points? Previous game, I think I beat you by about 70. So if you really want to get into it, I'm still winning. Gosh darn it. Hey, have I ever done Don't Go Back to Rockville here? I mean, that's a great song because that song is about a city in Maryland. Rockville, Maryland. Montgomery County. Don't go back there, folks. Waste another year. Anybody else want to play? Chilo is being nice enough to offer it up for anyone that wants it. Harbor Coat. It's just a statues for harboring ghosts. By the way, a lot of REM songs, I've never sat and actually memorized lyrics. I just kind of make sounds because Michael Stipe's lyrics sometimes are very difficult to understand. That's part of the reason why I liked this band so much as a kid. It was kind of a mysterious lyric. Chilo, I don't think anybody else wants to play. We might as well play a rubber game here. We might as well play a rubber game. to see who has the bigger penis. All right. We play on. What happened? This game got stuck. Chilo, what did you do? You broke the game. All right, there we go. We'll start with threes, and we will finish with threes. Let me look at Reckoning here for a minute. I just like to sing ones that are easy to sing, that I don't feel too self-conscious about trying over a microphone. I don't know how embarrassing I am. I think I nailed Temple of the Dog yesterday, though. Who was here for Temple of the Dog yesterday? I had to go back to a part of the game right where that was. And I was like, you know, not the easiest one to pull off. Oh, man, another bad roll. Bad roll. Let's see here. Camera's a good slow song. From the inside room, when the front room green becomes your special book. It was simple then, when the party lows. If we fall by the side, will you be remembered? All right, Chilo, you can't get 2 straight Yahtzees and 2 straight games. You're cheating now. You're cheating. You're a cheater. You're a cheater. Time After Time, that's another good one. This is a great album. That's the girl of the hour by the water tower's watch. If your friends took a fall, are you obligated to follow? Time after time after time. Hold on. Oh, I'm running. Speaking of time, I'm about to run out. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Ah. That sucked. Chilo, you won. I'm not even paying attention. When the bull's on his hooves, when you gather friends by the tower, you can try to reveal and judge your worth by the hour. The game disconnected. It says I won by timeout. Well, then that one just won't count, I guess. Darn it. Yeah, it's stuck on my end. Oh, Chilo, you ruined it. We'll just have to do it again. They're going to make me verify I'm human just to see some lyrics? Are you serious? If you're tired and you've tried, you can find me in my room. You can stay if you want, but the third time you can lose. Time after time after time. Chilo won't even let me challenge you. It won't even let me. I have to concede, I guess. There. But we're gonna have to do a real. We're gonna have to do a real rubber match here. They all left quickly. Yeah, that might be the worst raid of all time. Well, JJ did a raid on Friday, Listen to JJ's timing for the raid on Friday. He attempted to send his crew over to my channel right at the end of the 4-run rally in the 7th for the Orioles, where we turned a 4-2 deficit into a 6-4 lead. Gunnar had hit that go-ahead 2-run triple. The inning ends, and then he wants to do a raid. His Philly fans are just sitting there upset. They had a lead. They just watched it go away. You think they want to come over to my Orioles channel and throw some love my way? Of course not. If I'm a Philly fan, I wouldn't either. And now they come over today, and I'm just over here pretty much treating my live stream like I'm taking a shower. Just singing songs mediocrely. Is mediocrely a word? I don't know, but now it is. Mediocre-ish. I want some okra now. Oh, it's a good thing I kept that 4. I had a feeling you might jip me on those 6s. Yeah, look at chat is absolute. How many people are here? 78. Ah, folks, I wish I had some clue as to how long this is going to take. And again, it really is the worst possible start time to have a rain delay for me living over here, because this stream starts for me at, 12:15 a.m., which means I have to set my alarm to get up at 11:15 at night, which means I got to try to go to bed like as soon as the sun goes down, like 6, if I want to get in 5 hours of sleep. The problem is, not every time I attempt to sleep at 6 o'clock am I tired. So I just wind up laying there in bed with like a YouTube video playing in the background, trying to help me fall asleep, and I just toss and turn. And an hour goes by, another hour goes by. Next thing you know, I'm looking at the clock, and it's like, shit. I have now 2.5 hours before I got to get up. And what would have been at least half a night's sleep winds up turning into just a nap. And then by the time this game's over, if it weren't for the delay, it'd be about 4:30 in the morning here. I could maybe sleep again for a couple more hours, but because of this delay, by the time this game's over, could very well be daylight time here, and I basically lose an entire night's sleep, save for like a 1.5 hour nap. I'm not complaining, folks. I'm just trying to explain my schedule over here. It's a little weird. Psyching him out with my singing? I don't know. What's a good psych out song? I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're not going to keep me down. Come on, fool. Damn, I can't get any good rolls. From what I'm seeing on predictive radar, it could still be raining at 6. Yeah, but there might be a window in between. There might be some patch of no rain that they can squeeze in a 5-inning game or something. That's the other thing. If they do that, we're already losing here. You turn this into a 5-inning game, we're already down 2-0. That sucks. I had to check the score to make sure that was it. 2-0. I've forgotten. Well, folks, we got 70 people here. I have to think, out of 70 people, one person here has watched the show Severance. This is what I'm going to do with this. This is what I'm going to do with this one. I'm going to keep the 4s and the 6. Now, what's the idea? Trying to get that full house. And then if I don't get it, just take the 3 of a kind. Right? All right. Well, that didn't work. I wanted the full house. Now here comes Chilo's fives. If he gets one more, I'm screwed. Is he going to switch it up for straight? Is he going to switch it up to go for straight? He's thinking about it, folks. Oh, he's making the move. And the next roll is, take your small straight. Take it. And may you never get another 5 for the rest of the ball game. You watched it once. When you say watched it once, Earl, are you implying you've watched the entire series, or you just watched like one episode? I am screwed over here, folks. Let's see. I've got 3 extra points up here, but I'd be down -1 if I only took this. But 2 chances to make up for it. I just got to hope you don't get a Yahtzee here, man. I got to hope you don't get a Yahtzee. I've already got that large straight. I've got 4 of a kind. I think I made the right decision there. Yeah, so I just wrapped up Severance. There are 2 complete seasons, and I just finished it all up. I just started the show maybe 2 weeks ago, and watched on average 1 episode a day. I think there's about 20 episodes, so there were a couple of days where I watched more than one. But I really dig the show. I had a feeling I would like it. I've got pretty good instincts about shows where I just kind of wait to hear a certain kind of buzz. Man, this sucks. This sucks. I'm going to need an extra 6. You really didn't like it? Well, you've just only seen the 1 episode. I mean, it's not for everybody, so I'm not going to sit here and say give it a chance, because you might still not like it. But if you like shows that have some mystery to it, and it's shot in such a way where you're just craving more information. A lot of shows you'll get frustrated with how the mystery, they're just dangling it, like a show like Lost, okay? I will forever shit on that show for basically writing themselves into a corner with no idea of where they were going with it. It was an intriguing show that just turned into a mess with no loose ends tied up. And, you know, this show Severance could wind up being the same way, because where it is right now, I have no idea where it's going to go. But the fact that I have no idea where it's going 1 episode to the next is kind of what makes it fun. Chilo, congratulations. You just won again. Oh, I disconnected? Well, you won, right? Didn't you? Who's Kenosha Kid? Who's this asshole with the... Oh, they canceled their invitation. Okay, Boba Fett. Sorry you weren't patient enough for me to click yes after 2 seconds. Boba Fett. What else? Yeah, so, guys, come on. Oh, now you want to try again? All right, come on, pal. Come on, Mr. Intimidation. Yeah, you won. Look at this guy. Oh, he's ready to play. He's ready. Okay, pal, let me show you how this is done. Chilo, I was taking it easy on you. I'm much more sinister with strangers. Was it your friend? Was what, my friend? I can tell by the way Kenosha Kid is playing right now that he is not in chat. This is a person who's addicted to this game. I can tell by how fast they're playing and rolling. You got through 2 seasons of Lost? Yeah, I checked out, luckily, before that final season, and then I heard about how upset the people that did hang in there were about how that show ended. But there, you know, it really was a fun show to follow there. That was probably the last show before like streaming and watching just about everything that you could want to watch just online, on demand or whatever. I think Lost was like the last like network show that I actually would wait a week for the next episode and all that stuff. And that's been what, like 15 years now, or at least, or so. Man, time is insane. In the membrane. All right, Kenosha Kid. Ooh, that was a nice one. I'll take that. Live Yahtzee. That's right, folks. We know how to have fun during a rain delay, don't we? Now we're having fun. Hey, folks, throw some trivia at me. Give me some 80s or 90s movie trivia. Give me something. Let me show you my movie knowledge. Because 80s and 90s movies, I saw just about all of them. Hey, you guys remember that game, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon? Where the idea is you take any actor and you try to connect them to Kevin Bacon. Ooh, look at that roll, Chilo. You didn't see that coming, did you? No, you did not. Game's going to be resuming soon. All right, let me take a look. I don't know if I believe you, but I will look. Hey, what happened here? Goose, Jester, Hollywood, and Wolfman were nicknames of flying. Come on, man. Just say Wolfman. I mean, this has to be Top Gun. Well, Froggy's already answering it. Yeah, Goose. You got Iceman. I don't know if I remember Wolfman, but I definitely remember Iceman. That was Val Kilmer, right? All right, that was easy. That was easy. It's okay, Chilo. I Scout's honor. I did know the answer. I did know the answer. Scout's honor. Hey, man, I just came back from watching Spider-Man Brand New Day from yesterday. The movie was awesome, and what happened to the Baltimore Orioles game is it canceled. It's in a rain delay, Devin. We are in a delay. The tarp is starting to get rolled off the field, though. The tarp is starting to get rolled off the field. Folks, can you see how impatient my opponent is? He keeps saying play ja ding dong, which isn't very nice to say. When he tells somebody in this Yahtzee game to play ja ding dong, that's the equivalent of go F your mother. I'll tell it to him. Hold on. Play ja ding dong. There. If you build it, he will come. Ray Kinsella, 89. Chilo, you're going to have to come up with a way more difficult trivia than that. That is extremely easy. And, yeah. If he just said, what 89 baseball film, Cornfield, that's all you needed. You gave me Ray Kinsella. You gave me the if you build it, he will come line. You gave me he builds a field in Iowa. And you gave me the whole damn movie. I mean, come on. Even if I hadn't seen that movie. Snakes, I hate snakes. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Next. Although he might have said it in Temple of Doom and Last Crusade as well. I don't know. He might have said it in Crystal Skull, but I've never seen it. And then what was that last one? Dial of Destiny? Did anybody bother? I sure as hell didn't. There are too many mother effing snakes on this mother effing plane. Do. Which single-name superstar? It's Cher. It's Cher, Chilo. Where are you coming up with these questions? Stop using AI. Stop using AI. Good grief. AI thinks I have an IQ of 4 with these questions. Hey, this guy quit because he knew I won. You got your ass handed to you, pal. Just deal with it. Which single-named superstar? If he just stopped there, I would have had a choice of like 5 people. Well, it's either Rihanna or Cher or... I mean, come on. Come on. Carrot Top, or is that 2 words? What year did the Orioles win their first 100 games? Was that 69? Or is it 70? One or the other. I think it was 70, if I'm honest. 1970? 69. Damn it, why didn't I stick to my guns? Adult movie trivia. What did Jake Elwood trade for the original Bluesmobile? A harmonica. A harmonica, Rob. And that Bluesmobile had cop brakes, cop shocks, and it had a catalytic converter, so it ran well on regular gas. Did you know your last name is an adverb? Mary Lou Henner asks, what title gangster played by Joe Piscopo in a 1984 parody comedy? I know this. That movie is garbage. You're asking me a Joe Piscopo movie. Is it Heat? Or something Heat? Is it something Heat or just plain Heat? Not Heat like the movie with Pacino. And it's not Johnny Dangerously. It's like Donnie. Is it Johnny Dangerously? I feel like there's another one like it. Johnny Dangerously was Michael Keaton, right? But that wasn't the same one with Joe Piscopo, was it? 30 years before the premiere of the movie itself, to what year does Marty McFly get sent back to the original Back to the Future? 1955. 1955. November 5th, 1955. If you want to be precise. There's another movie with Joe Piscopo. Let me look this up. I hate Joe Piscopo. God, he's so not funny. Talk about a guy that rode the coattails of Eddie Murphy from Saturday Night Live. What was the movie I'm thinking of? It was around the same time. He had a chance to be in movies. Wise Guys. That's the one. Wise Guys. You can see how I got this mixed up. Wise Guys. Comedy crime movie. Okay? This was the one I was thinking of. For some reason, I thought Johnny Dangerously, while obviously he was in it, when he talked about a Piscopo crime movie, I thought you meant this one, which was directed by all people Brian De Palma, which is nuts. How the hell did Joe Piscopo get into a project as a co-star with Danny DeVito? You got Harvey Keitel. Captain Lou Albano is in this thing. I'm going to have to go back and watch this. And again, directed by Brian De Palma. This guy directed Carrie. This guy directed the first Mission Impossible, The Untouchables. What the hell's he doing with this hot, steaming pile of garbage? Music band, what? What's a music band? I'm probably already forgetting what you're referring to. Music band. What Van Halen song? Everybody wants some. I want some too. Wow! Everybody wants some. How about you? Wow! Oh, yeah. I've seen Better Off Dead way too many times. Hell, we can do a trivia section on just Better Off Dead. I've seen that movie so many times. About just plain folks. Ordinary people. I don't even have to read the rest. About just plain folks means ordinary people. Chilo. These are the worst written trivia questions I've ever seen. You're pulling them from some AI slop place. Enough. I've never seen a trivia question that basically spells out exact. I mean, if you don't know that movie, then you'll never know the answer. You got all the, yeah, ordinary people. And by the way, Raging Bull should have won Best Picture that year. Not Ordinary People. But Ordinary People is still a movie to watch. It's very depressing, but unfortunately for me personally, very relatable, unfortunately. With the rain delay, I got to go get a haircut. With the rain delay, I got to go get a haircut. Well, hell, with the rain delay, I'll go get a Thai massage. How about that? He did trade it for harmonica. Yes, he did. I'm sorry, a microphone. I'm sorry, a microphone. Okay, I take it back, Rob. A microphone. A microphone. Sorry. That's just brain synapse misfiring, okay? I would never, ever get a Blues Brothers trivia question wrong. That's on me. Yes, he traded it for a microphone, and they got to fix the cigarette lighter, and then Jake is okay with the car. 83 movie, Tom Wolfe best-selling book, space program. The Right Stuff. The Right Stuff. Is that correct, Chilo? Oh, Chilo. These questions. Yes, you're tapping it in now, Rob. I guess we have a delay, but as soon as you typed in not a harmonica, I answered microphone. I promise. Okay. How long of a delay are we working with here between us? I don't remember there being any lag issues so far. Hey, folks, let's do a lag check. I say a number, you type it in. The number is 2. Liv Tyler was in this film with a radio station as part of the film. Liv Tyler radio station. Empire Records? Empire Records? I mean, she's definitely in that, but that's at a record store. But maybe they have a scene at a radio station? Is it Airheads? Or was that pre-Liv Tyler? Airheads, Brendan Fraser, Adam Sandler, and Steve Buscemi. Tarp's coming off. BW, talking about on the field or young white men in their shirts? What was Gomer Pyle's last name in Full Metal Jacket? Gosh, that's a good question. That's Vincent D'Onofrio's character. And I think they only mention his actual last name. Oh, Leonard Lawrence. Leonard Lawrence. Am I right? Leonard Lawrence? Leonard Lawrence for Private Pile, right? I think I got that. They only say it like once in that movie. What movie did people get transformed into duplicates of themselves? I don't know, Joseph. There's only one movie that does that. There might be more than one. Like, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Isn't that kind of a duplicate thing? Invasion of the Body Snatchers? What was the real first name of Indiana Jones? It's not Illinois or Iowa. God, when did they say his name? While they were sleeping. I'm getting confused. Oh, Earl asked, which player had a stellar 24-homer, 40-steal season for the Orioles in 2019? Earl, you're not going to like this answer. I was not following the team that year, so I'm really not sure. If I got it right, it would have been by a guess, and I don't want to guess about an Orioles question. I want to be fully transparent and tell you, between the years 2012 and 2022, I was a sports writer for the Premier League on NBC Sports, so I was following the English Football League exclusively for about a decade, and during that decade, I just could not follow baseball. I had to kind of put myself on England time, and yeah. Jonathan VR. Oh, VR got up to how many? I knew he could steal bases. What were the numbers for VR? He was a second baseman, right? VR? Switch hitter, if I'm not mistaken. I remember him. Those days I wasn't watching the team much. Which year did SNL debut on NBC? I believe that was 1975. The fall of 75. Because I was born at the end of the 76 season, which was May of 77 for season 2. 75, yeah. What YouTuber wakes up at 11:30 to get ready for baseball? That's a good question. Let me guess.
Takes a lot of work. A lot of work.
Takes a lot of work.
When Cole Johnson stepped away to start his own thing, and I can't wait to see that again, which is the morning shift that precedes this show. I try not to look at the numbers. I do. Everybody wants analytics now. Everybody wants to see how many people tune into my show before they even think of sponsoring my show.
Everybody's into analytics now.
Analytics.
Y'all don't know what the hell we go through when we put this damn thing on day in and day out. You don't.
You know how many times Dog has called?
I agree, David. I agree. It's not a huge lag, Rob. You're just very late typing in your number. There are 2s way up the chat from like 3 minutes ago. Guys, make sure you hit that live button at the bottom of your screen. Here, let me open up a YouTube stream that is currently live, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Like, here's JJ, right? I'm probably going to have to sit through an ad. Oh, I probably won't be able to let you see the ad. That might get me in trouble. I'm waiting to skip out of it. There we go. All right, so you see how here right now that button, there's no red dot next to live? Well, now there is because I just pressed it. But if you go back, that red dot goes away. If you press it, though, you get bumped all the way to as live as you can be. So, and if I'm doing a lag check and you're typing in that number way, way later than everybody else, that's on your end, folks. That's on your end, okay? All right. Oh, I just realized I was showing his image on the screen, and I should not have been doing that. Oh, no. What am I doing? How you doing, everybody? Let's listen into a little bit more of this.
Called me in the morning when I've overslept, and I race in here and race the clock and get the show on time.
Is that supposed to be impressive? You sleep in late, you get a phone call, and then you race from the bedroom to the living room to sit in front of your computer and start talking. Okay. That is... crush your enemies. Yeah, the lamentation. We're talking Conan the Barbarian, Chilo. Conan the Barbarian. Who played young Einstein? Yahoo Serious, Paul. Who else could play young Einstein other than Yahoo Serious? Boy, what a career for Yahoo.
You know how many times Dog has called me when I've been sick of it? I've been sick as hell.
Yeah.
Okay. There was a time Dog called me when both Jody and I were sick as hell.
Yeah.
He heard my voice and made the decision right there. He's done it for the 2.5 years he's been on this program.
So it's somebody else's decision on whether or not you do your show. If you're sick, you can't just tell him, I can't do it. You say you're sick, and then he still makes the call? Okay. All right.
EP.
As executive producer. The EP makes I'll get the Dog.
The idea that this show has a executive producer is laughable, but okay.
In a minute. The EP makes the decision of whether we go on or whether I schedule a replay. But I will guarantee you this going forward.
What's that?
Beginning Monday.
Yeah.
If we're not on, you'll see a replay.
Okay.
And to the folks at WQVZ.
That's your guarantee? Monday, if we don't show up, we'll have a replay? Thanks. Can't wait to watch. You're a daily sports talk show. It has a shelf life of 1 day. Replay. Imagine watching a replay of like an episode of SportsCenter from last week. What is the point of a replay?
and every other station, WHDR, WJKS, every other station.
WGAF, who gives a
station that wants to pick us up. You will hear a show every day beginning Monday, period.
Joseph, I believe that's a green door. I believe she's stuck behind a green door. Don't open that green door.
We're working on an expansion to 3 hours.
Why do you want to expand to 3 hours when you don't have enough content to do 2? Why? Why 3 hours? This is your show now, and you're spending it talking about nothing to do with sports. Okay.
It's hard work.
Is it?
Deeds, Dog, myself, Victor, every member.
You just named 4 people involved in making this show happen. I'm running this show by myself. And I don't know what you're talking about about hard work. I mean, it takes dedication. It takes some commitment. But when I think of hard work, I think of, I don't know, construction jobs, maybe some landscaping work. I don't know. Hard work. Maybe relining the reflecting pool. I don't know. Hard work.
The crew, including the Empress, decide what we talk about on the air the following day.
You do not sit there and have any sort of powwow the day before about what you're going to talk about the next day. In fact, you come up with these descriptions for your morning show on the event there. You got your description there that you want the audience to read, and you list all these topics that you're going to talk about that day on that show. And I have never seen you do a show where you have addressed all the topics you promise in your description. What typically happens is you say good morning. You might address one sort of headline topic to lead off the show, and by 10 minutes in, you're off on some diatribe about some anecdote about some game you called 18 years ago, and it's just, yeah. What 1981 comedy horror? John Landis, American Werewolf in London, Chilo. American Werewolf in London. You got to do better, buddy.
And I'm getting to a point. Go ahead, Dog.
I was going to say, you guys don't realize I juggle 2 blanking group chats, okay? I've got the one on.
You juggle 2 group chats? Where each group chat has at most 4 people chatting at once?
And I've got the one.
Wow. That is impressive.
One on Facebook.
What movie did Don Knotts and Tim Conway play sleuths? Is that... Oh, what is that? God. What's that one where he's a fish? I can't remember. That's a good one, Michael. I got to admit, I'm not a Don Knotts expert, but I am a fan of Don Knotts. But the only thing I can think of right now with Don Knotts and Tim Conway is their one scene in Cannonball Run 2 with an orangutan. Yes.
Okay, I'm mashing everything together info-wise to make sure we put this damn thing on.
And I'll say it again. I try not to look at the numbers, but sometimes I can't help it.
So you can't help but look at them. You're saying screw the numbers, but you can't help but look at them. Okay.
I'm going to help. I'm going to do my best to help it and not pay attention to the numbers and just pay attention to the program. Period.
Mr. Limpet, that might be it.
Just a outsider's perspective here. Ultimately, the numbers don't by the time the numbers matter, you have enough numbers to where
82 Werner Herzog movie about an Irishman who tries to move a boat over land between rivers in South America was made doing just that. Now that one I don't know, and I thought I was a pretty good, pretty knowledgeable about Werner Herzog. That's not Das Boot, because there's no Irishman. And plus, that was Wolfgang Petersen's movie, I think, anyway, not Herzog. Herzog, boat, South America. You might have me on that one, Chilo. You might finally have me. I'm stumped on that one.
you don't care about it, or they're so low that it's like you just take what you got. Either way, numbers are an absolute BS metric. I've said this for years. And
is that it? Fitzcarrald? I don't know that movie. Nice job, Bartman. Earl, I know. It only gets worse, Earl. It only gets worse.
We'll continue to say it.
Say it, please.
Numbers are a BS metric.
I looked into it, B-Dub, but I haven't watched it yet. Don't hate me for not watching it yet. Again, I went on a Severance binge, so the only thing I've been watching for like 2 weeks is Severance. But I just completed that. Not sure what I'm going to watch next.
Metric, you got it again. Now, as for the haters and the fans, you can only dedicate so much energy.
The haters.
The people that watch your show, to the people that do tune into what you're doing. You can only dedicate so much energy to it. Dedicate the energy to those who are supporting
But you guys are dedicating what's going to turn out to be a 45-minute segment talking about how you're not in any way, put off by the haters or whatever, but yet you're devoting all this time to addressing it. So that kind of cancels out the idea of ignoring it, doesn't it? I don't know.
And if a hater shows up with a valid criticism, that's one thing. But if a hater shows up just to be a hater, don't donate any energy to them. Get rid of them. And ultimately, at the end of the day, by showing the
folks, one of the worst ways to start a sentence is at the end of the day. That's right up there with it is what it is. And as a matter of fact, I think I've heard some people combine both phrases. Hey, at the end of the day, it is what it is.
By showing
Daniel Day-Lewis and Juliette Binoche. My left foot. Is that my left foot? 88. Juliette Binoche and Daniel Day-Lewis. It better be My Left Foot, or I'm going to be quite upset. I haven't seen that movie in 35 years. Oh, Unbearable Lightness of Being. That is right. Bartman is correct. Bartman is definitely correct. Yep. And now Chilo types it in. Yeah. Good job, Bartman. I was worried about it because of Binoche. Why are you typing it in again and laughing? I just acknowledged it as soon as you typed it in the first time. I guess there's a little bit of a lag. But yeah. My guess wasn't crazy. My Left Foot came out, what, 1 year earlier, maybe? Daniel Day-Lewis, that was back when he would actually make 2 movies within the span of a few years, rather than 1 movie a decade. He actually worked a little more in the 80s.
Showing authenticity. By showing what you can do, the right people will come.
And showing up. And showing up.
This is something that I...
You finally got around to seeing Weapons. I guess you liked it, huh, Michael? I got to admit, did you see Barbarian, Michael? Did you see Kreger's first movie, Barbarian? If you liked Weapons, you'll like that too.
I always fully believe in.
Mm-hmm.
Focus on what you can control. There
Focus
are things
on what you can
that
control.
in any sort of media.
Would you say that again? Would you say that again, please? Because I need to hear it. I need to hear it again.
Focus on what you can control. There are so many things out in media when you are a caster of any kind, when you are in content creation of any kind. There are so many factors that are out of your control, and everybody loves to freak out about those.
Listen to just the tone of the voice. Everybody sounds so angry talking about this.
The best thing you can do, focus on the things that you can control.
I'm getting life advice from somebody who sounds really pissed off. Hey, the best thing you can do is focus on what you can control.
Everything else will find its way into place. This is a quote. Here's a quote that I have learned. I have from the game of Master.
Here's a quote that I have learned. Well, this guy's a good public speaker. Whitest Kids You Know was one of the funniest shows ever. It was funny. One of the funniest ever. I mean, for sketch shows are sort of my jam, Jordan. I put Mr. Show as my favorite sketch show of all time. Mr. Show with Bob Odenkirk and David Cross. That show was absolute genius. Absolute genius. But Whitest Kids You Know is good. It's good.
About that.
The quote from Mass Effect is this.
I would put Kids in the Hall above them as well. Just saying.
You can't control how people are going to act, but you can control how you respond.
The Short Timers, a semi-autobiographical novel by Vietnam vet Gustav Hasford, was turned into what critically acclaimed 1987 war film, Platoon. Come on, give it to me.
Focus on what you can control. That is advice for everybody. In here.
Okay.
I'll piggyback off that.
Damn it, Full Metal Jacket. I didn't think that would be an answer when we just had a Full Metal Jacket question. I got fooled. I got tricked. Didn't Platoon come out in 1987 as well? Or was that 1986? Shit. You tricked me. I didn't think you'd come back with another. Because I'll be honest, I didn't know about the novel. I didn't know about the novel. So when he said the year and it was Vietnam and he'd already used Full Metal Jacket, I was like, well, then it's got to be Platoon. But I'm wrong. At least my wrong answers are not terrible wrong answers. They're in the ballpark. All right.
I went to, when I was in Orlando, I don't
want to hear your story about being in Orlando. Let me skip ahead a little bit. When I was in Orlando, summer of 1987, yeah, and I saw it in the theater. I would have been 10 years old. Can you imagine as a 10-year-old that opening scene with Gunnery Sergeant Hartman just doing that God, that opening shot, the tracking shot. God, Kubrick was so good. I miss Stanley Kubrick. I remember, I saw Full Metal Jacket. I was 10. And by the time I was maybe 13 or 14, that's when I was really becoming a movie buff and starting to go back to watch some of the all-time greats. And when I started finding directors and falling in love with directors and Kubrick, how do you not? You can't avoid it. The guy was an absolute genius. Pick a genre, he'll tackle it. Sci-fi, period piece, political satire, straight up horror, dystopian novel, Clockwork Orange type stuff. Yeah, I love Stanley Kubrick. So when Full Metal Jacket came out and I was only 10 years old, by the time I got into high school and college, I was wondering if I would ever get to see another Stanley Kubrick movie. And then he made Eyes Wide Shut. That was right. It was like 98 or 99. It was right when I graduated college. And I saw that in the theater. And I went back and I watched it like 4 or 5 times. Because I pretty much knew that there wasn't ever going to be another Kubrick movie. I did get to see 2001: A Space Odyssey, a re-release that played at the Uptown in downtown, well, not downtown, but in Washington, D.C. The Uptown Theater, I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. I think it's no longer in existence, but it's a classic movie house with balcony seating and a giant screen that can display 70 millimeter films. And 2001 was a 70 millimeter film, and you got to see it in its proper exhibition. It was absolutely stunning. Me and a buddy dropped acid and went and saw that. Just north of Georgetown, Jordan, just north of Georgetown, up Connecticut Avenue. You just drive up Connecticut Avenue a couple of miles. It was on the west side of the street, the Uptown. From the outside, it doesn't look like much of a theater, but it's a one-screen theater, and it's massive. And yeah, it closed apparently in 2020. That's sad. I used to live actually in a neighborhood within walking distance for a couple of years in my early 20s, and I got to see movies there on the regular, just walking to it. Anywho, yeah, Eyes Wide Shut in 99. So the story about Eyes Wide Shut, right? So it's 1999. I'm in my last year of college, and I went to college to study film. I wanted to be a filmmaker. I wanted to be David Lynch. I wanted to be Stanley Kubrick. I wanted to be Francois Truffaut. I wanted to be, Akira Kurosawa. I wanted to be the next great director. I was really, really wanting to do that. Of course, easier said than done, because making movies requires collaboration. And, folks, I think I've lost my game here. I can't get it back up, so I don't know what the status is. We haven't gotten back underway, have we? Did my stream just give up following this game? We might be in trouble after this rain delay. Okay, here's something. Something with a commercial anyway. All right, hopefully that's it. All right. Movies on acid. Folks, are there any movies you've ever seen that you regret seeing on acid? I saw them starting to take the tarp off more than 10 minutes ago now, out of the corner of my eye. I hope I'll get an update here in a minute. You saw Requiem for a Dream. I saw that movie in that theater too, Bartman. God, Requiem for a Dream, man. That movie goes hard. Hey, you know, I thought of something movie related that could be a fun trivia question because there are two of my favorite all-time movies share something in common, and I don't know if I can name another movie without thinking about it a long time that has this same common feature, and that is, and let's see if you guys can get one or both of these movies. Two of my all-time favorite movies, and I'll give you a hint. They take place in a range between the 70s and the 90s, okay? Two movies where at the beginning of the movie there is a crawl, like you know how they'll, like Star Wars is like the ultimate opening crawl where, like, you know, you see like the story, episode 4, and then like the crawling text. Well, there's opening text for two movies where they say in the opening text that what you're about to see is a true story. And yet, the two movies I'm talking about, and these are two of my favorite all-time movies, neither of those movies were in fact true. They were not true. The makers of these two movies lied. They lied. And Bartman has one of them. Whoops, wrong button. Bartman's got one of them. Bartman knows his stuff. I can tell. Yeah, Fargo is one, and Texas Chainsaw is the other. Bartman, I think you and I can be friends. But yeah, isn't that interesting? You know, John Larroquette does the opening narration for Texas Chainsaw, and he says this is a true story about 4 youths, blah, 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 blah. And then, of course, in Fargo, they make a point to tell you that it's a true story as well. And those are two of my favorite all-time movies. I mean, those are 2 5-star movies, in my humble view. Leatherface isn't real. Actually, he is. His name is Ed Gein. All right, so I'm now looking at the field, and the tarp is pulled off the infield, but it's just been sitting in right field now for God knows how long, like 20 minutes? Yeah, this is looking pretty ugly. Well, at least I'll get some watch time. I don't know. Sometimes these rain delays wind up being pretty good for the channel. YouTube wants me to grind out 6-7 hour streams, and then they bump me up in the algorithm. You like the Texas Chainsaw remake with R. Lee Ermey? It was okay. There's been... Of all the franchises of horror out there, I think the Texas Chainsaw franchise, after the I love the second one. I really like the second one. I don't think anybody was prepared for the tonal shift of part 2. But once you get past it, it's a really fun movie with still some really, like, queasy gore going on in there as well. And plus you got Chop Top.
Hey, Leatherface, get that bitch. Leatherface, get that bitch.
Yeah. But I don't think, Jordan, I don't think anybody was ready for that. I don't think anybody was ready for what Toby Hooper was trying to pull off with part 2. Exorcist 3, yes. Exorcist 3 is an absolute brilliant movie. And I had the pleasure of seeing that in the theater with a pretty empty auditorium, if memory serves. But yeah, Exorcist 3, I mean, best jump scare of all time. Folks, I'm not much of a jump scare person, but best jump scare in the history of cinema, Exorcist 3. And Bartman, you sound like you know your stuff. Tell me I'm wrong. But that walking statue with the giant scissors walking after the nurse, after she spends like 2 minutes closing all these doors. It's just this long shot, this very static shot, silent. And then suddenly you get this screech of audio, and that Mulholland Drive. Oh, what, the creepy bum behind the dumpster? That's up there, Gibney. I'll give you that. That one's probably second or third. That one's up there. But that one, I mean, I remember. I saw that in a theater with only a few people, but everybody just screamed bloody murder on that jump scare. And then when that lady, the nurse, when she like possessed that body to be the nurse and visited the house and then whipped out those surgical scissors. By the way, I don't know what those surgical scissors are practically used for. I don't know if I want to know, but my God, if I'm ever in any kind of medical situation where that instrument is required, just put me out of my misery. I guess those are bone-cutting scissors? I don't know. What else could they possibly be for? Good grief. It seems like overkill. No pun intended. Exorcist 2, The Heretic, an absolute steaming pile of garbage. Yeah, they were basically pruning shears, but very shiny. And the shininess made it even creepier. Yeah, and that scene with I forget the guy's name. You'll have to forgive me. I mean, I love the movie. I love but our original priest that helps out the family in the first one. I guess it's him and Brad Dourif. Brad Dourif is like supplying the voice, or he like transforms into Brad Dourif and then back. I don't know, but there's a scene where George C. Scott is sitting like in a prison cell, basically talking to Satan. And that scene is absolutely frightening. Yeah, Exorcist 3 is really, really good and very underrated. It's unfortunate people. And the thing is, I don't feel like a modern audience would really give much of a chance because it is, and the pacing of the movie, really not good for modern audiences. You have to be patient with it. It's kind of a, what do you call it? A procedural. It's kind of like a police procedural there for a while. Folks, I'm doing whatever I can to kill some time. What else is on your mind? I can't believe we got this long-ass delay, man. And do I have anything in the way of snacks? I think I do, but my coffee's starting to get watered down already. Oh, right. The one that had Aubrey Plaza as the mom. I really didn't like it, Gibney. I didn't. In fact, I would urge people to not watch that Child's Play because the original creator of Chucky and the original movies, he had made, directed, wrote every Child's Play up until that remake you're talking about. And he wasn't involved with that. And it was one of those sort of Hollywood, like, stealing the rights from under you kind of situation. And plus, it just ignores the entire lore of Chucky that is still continuing. Like, his Chucky movies have not ended. Whether you like them or not. Like Seed of Chucky, Bride of Chucky, all of those Chuckies. I can't remember that guy's name, but that director, the original guy behind the movie, I feel like it's a disservice to him to support that remake. I also feel that way about the last Rambo movie because the guy who wrote the original novel, I saw him like publicly comment about how his character of John Rambo has just devolved into this thing that has absolutely nothing to do with his original written character. He just like, he doesn't even want to be associated with anything Rambo anymore. And yeah, you go back to First Blood and you think about Stallone, especially that final scene and the performance he gives. You know, once you got to part 2 and it became straight action, you know, you're in the middle of the 80s. You're watching shit blow up. It was fun popcorn cinema. But, you know, they never really got back to the thing about First Blood and those Rambo movies that, you know, like there's supposed to be a point to those movies. Answer the Big Chill. I never read the question. Oh, please let the question be, what movie was Kevin Costner in, but you never saw him because he played the dead guy? And I would have gotten it. Oh, I see. Group of friends gathering to attend the funeral of another friend. Well, the funeral of another friend, Chilo, is Kevin Costner, and you can look that up. Yes. Costner was... I think there was a deleted scene where maybe it's like a flashback when he was alive, but it never, it made the cutting room floor. So, poor Kevin. He had to wait a few more years for his big break. And then he was in every frickin' movie. Hey, folks, I'm going to take a leak. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, okay? It's been a while since I've gotten out of the chair. Be back in a bit. Enjoy this awful music. The Bonnie Situation is a segment in this award-winning anthology film. God, that sounds so familiar, Bartman. I should know this without having to think too hard. It makes me first think of Pulp Fiction and that part of the movie where Quentin Tarantino's wife is coming home and they gotta, clean up the dead body in the car before she gets home, and it's a situation. But that's not an anthology movie, right? So it can't be Pulp Fiction. The Bonnie Situation. God, I thought that was Pulp Fiction. Just tell me it's not Pulp Fiction, Bartman, so I can stop thinking about it. Oh, it is Pulp Fiction. Oh, you think it is. Oh, it is. Yeah, that's not an anthology movie, but yeah, okay. Not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad. All right. What 80s comedy had a bit of a gimmick? It's one of my favorite 80s comedies. Had a gimmick to where, depending on what theater you went to, you might have saw a different ending to the movie. One of 3 different endings. And really, that gimmick is probably why that movie bombed at the box office. They screwed it up. Not enough people saw that movie in the theater. Everybody saw it on cable, though. Bartman. There you go, buddy. Because imagine Bartman. Imagine if you remember back to the movie, and for those that have seen Clue, I feel like if you've seen Clue once, you've probably seen it at least a dozen times, because it's just one of those kinds of movies. But, yeah, so there's 3 endings, right? You have the Leslie Ann Warren is the killer, Miss Scarlet. That's the first ending. And the last ending is the really involved one, because everybody except Mr. Green is a murderer. And that one plays out. So when you see it in the theater, though, the middle story where Miss Peacock is the killer, imagine if you went to the theater and all you got was that ending without the Miss Scarlet part or the ending part. You wouldn't have got the flames on the side of my face, breathing, breathless, heaving breaths. If you would, Mr. Body was played by Lee Ving, lead man for the punk rock band Fear, who was personally invited to perform on Saturday Night Live by John Belushi. John Belushi made a guest appearance in the opening sketch. It was the Halloween, I believe, 82 episode, and Donald Pleasance, who is the guy from the Halloween movies, lots of movies, character actor, was the host that night. Fear tore up the stage, broke cameras and stuff, were banned forever from 30 Rock. And but Belushi makes an appearance in that opening sketch where Donald Pleasance is like in a bathroom and he's trying to hype himself up in the mirror. Like, hey, you're about to host Saturday Night Live. And they got like a set of bathroom stalls there that are closed on the other side of the room. And as Pleasance finishes up his monologue and walks out the door, the stall door opens and John Belushi comes just walking out, and the crowd just goes absolutely nuts. And knowing at the time that, or knowing later on that that was Belushi's like last appearance, and he would OD like just a couple of months later. I love John Belushi, and man, sometimes I go back and I watch just that little like 20-second appearance on that episode, and knowing the whole backstory. Belushi loved punk rock. In the movie Neighbors, the reason why the Dead Kennedys are on that soundtrack is because of Belushi. He loved the punk rock scene from the early 80s. And he was trying to use The Game Restarted. Holy shit. Okay. How does this work? How do we call baseball? We're in the bottom of the 3rd inning, folks. New pitcher on and a lot to, I guess, catch up with. Give me a minute to get my bearings. It's Cowser at the plate, and the count on him right now is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Good grief. Thanks for all the trips down memory lane, everybody. Let's watch some baseball now, if you don't mind. I'm trying to get it full screen for me, but it's being a pain in the rear. Cowser strikes out, folks. This large crowd that we saw 90 minutes ago, or however long this delay has been, is no longer present, at least at the moment. Backus is the new pitcher on for the Phillies, a left-hander. And Jake Rogers getting his first at-bat of the day, looks at strike one. All right, so back over here. Kowser's still showing his at-bat, wrapping up on the screen here. Where's my camera? We're missing that. Number 66, is that Nunez? Yeah, Anthony Nunez is up for the Orioles. Well, Backus, let me look up his numbers for you. Hopefully this guy is going to not have good numbers. 2-1 count on Rogers. There's a strike, 2-2. Let me give you the numbers on this guy. ERA of 5.5 and a whip over 1.5. That's a good start for us. 2-2 pitch inside, full count on Rogers, the gambler. You got to know when to take him. Know when to swing at him. Rogers fouls it back. Still 3-2. Let's see, 19 appearances, just 18 innings. Okay, so this is not a long man, Kyle Backus. This guy only goes 1 inning at a time, it would appear. Although his last appearance, he did go 2 innings. That is going to be challenged by the Phillies. It's called ball 4 by the umpire on a full count pitch. And the Phillies have lost the challenge. Folks, we got ourselves a walk from our new catcher.
I'm walking here. I'm walking here.
That is Rogers.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood.
That's right, I'm cheating. That's usually reserved for Trevor Rogers, but hey, I got one button to pull double duty. Here's Dylan Beavers. Looks at a strike. Top of the order for Baltimore. They are down by 2. Wheeler's out of the game. Bradish out of the game. Phillies with that 2-run lead. And, folks, I mean, how do you not say that it was a mistake to what appeared for Craig Albanese to be his choice of shutting the game down when the rain started to really, puddle up on the infield, or to try to get through another inning. And I think Albanese's rationale was, well, if we can get 1 extra inning out of our guy, and then they put the tarp out there, we get 3 innings from Bradish while they only get 2 innings from Wheeler, and that is an advantage. But it wasn't a good inning from Bradish. Here's a base hit by Beavers in the center field, and the Orioles have something cooking here with 1 out. First and second, and we've got the polar bear coming up as the guy that could give us the lead with 1 swing.
A polar bear stirs.
Yeah, Wheeler out after 2 innings helps us, but we paid the price by trading 2 runs to do it. I think Bradish was ready to battle Wheeler if it weren't for the elements. He was looking really good there in the first couple of innings. There's a mound meeting for the Phillies, folks, before Alonso comes up. Let's play this. It's so weird to go back into play-by-play mode after just sitting here playing Yahtzee and talking movies and music. I think I sang a song or two, didn't I? I forgot what it was already. We did REM, that's right. Sung some REM. Pitch inside. Ball 1 to Alonso on a sinker by Backus. All right. That little boy looks ridiculous. That's a young gunner out there in the front row. That misses. 2-0 on Alonso. Folks, we got a nice hitter's count. We got tying runs on base. Chance to get on the board. Pitch. That one either hit Pete or it went to the backstop. It's a wild pitch. It was behind Alonso. That's how far off that pitch was. 3-0 the count now. 2 runners move up. Second and third with only 1 out. And now you got to at least get 1 run in this inning. At least. Come on. 3-0 on Alonso. And with that base open, let's see if he gets a pitch. He does, and he's swinging. He fouls it off. Backus has already thrown 20 pitches since we've restarted. Oh, come on. We might be able to put like a 5 spot on these guys right now. Come on. 3-1 pitch. Alonso fouls it away. It was a strike. The count has gone full, folks. Come on now. Come on. Come on, Pete. Payoff pitch. Opposite field. Caught at first base on a line. Oh, Alonso. Unfortunate. That ball was a frozen rope to the opposite field where you know there's a lot of open space, but it was right to Harper. That should have tied the game, but right at somebody. And now there's 2 down, and now you need a hit to get a run in. The pitch to Gunnar is outside, ball 1. Gunnar, come on, buddy. Come on, Mr. Clutch. Come on, you clutch son of a Gunnarsson. Swing and a miss. Out in front of a off-speed pitch at 77 miles an hour. Gunnar needs to add 5 pounds to the bat. That pitch up and away. 2 balls and a strike. 2 outs. Runners at second and third for the Orioles. Trying to get on the board after the restart. Long rain delay. How long was that delay? Gunnar to right, but is it? No, it's not going to do it. He had a big swing on it, and he took a look at it, made you think it was going to be something, but it's a pretty standard routine fly ball to right field to end the inning. Oh, Gunnar. Hour and 20 minutes. Thank you, Alan. Folks, Gunnar can't find that clutch hit again. Oh, man. I thought that triple was going to get the job done. Come on, Gunnar. Folks, we're still scoreless. I mean, we are. The Phillies aren't. They have a 2-0 lead. And there's probably games that might have already wrapped up now after that delay. Let's see here. Yep. Tampa has already finished in the White Sox. They beat them up 9-1 over Tampa. Marlins shut out the Mets already. Man, the Mets. Man, do the Mets stink. Yankees are up 2-1 on the Cubs. That's in the top of the 8th at Wrigley. Oh, there's other finals. Oh, no. Same ones. Oh, there's the Blue Jays. We're not following Toronto too close right now, but they lost again. Boston playing the Dodgers later. And then we're trying to track the Twins. The Twins are down 2-0 in Seattle after 1 inning. And the Rangers, that was the other team. Houston 4, Texas 3 in Houston. That's in the bottom of the 7th. All right, Anthony Nunez is on for Baltimore after just 3 innings from Kyle Bradish. That 3rd inning, he gave up the 2 runs. And it's kind of unfair for him today. There's a strike. I mean, it's double unfair for Bradish. I mean, you get your start shortened drastically, but then you're also asked to go out there and try to have the same kind of command and effectiveness in very difficult conditions. And based on how he pitched the first 2 innings, I don't think it was a fluke that he didn't have a good 3rd. I think that was weather related. All right, we got Alec Boehm at the plate. And Nunez ahead of him with a count of 1-2 strikes. The pitch is a comebacker over the mound, backhanded by Holiday, but he can't backhand it cleanly. It squirts out of his glove. Do we need a new company to buy our gloves for our infielders? Gunnar and Holiday. Jackson's definitely been playing better defensive lately, but both these guys, I've seen balls popping out of those gloves a lot. This ball's lined over the glove of Gunnar into center field. Cowser will pick it up. Boehm stopping at second, and the Phillies, they're setting up for a big inning against Nunez after we failed to do something against Backus. Folks, I don't want the weather to be the reason why this game goes south. That would really suck. Brandon Marsh is now on at first base. That was Marsh getting aboard. Here's Real Muto. 0 for 1. Oh, what happened now? You got to be kidding me. Stand by, folks. All right. Real Muto got ball 1 and then fouls away the next pitch to make it 1-1. Oh, folks. Don't make me sit through a long rain delay to watch a game where the rain is part of the reason we don't win this game. Come on, we got to figure this out. 1-2 now on Real Muto. Sorry. What happened to my audio now? That's my problem. All right, Nunez with the pitch. That is a sweeper off the plate, low and away. The count is 2-2. Those 2 Philly runs came in on a 2-run homer by Brian De La Cruz in the 3rd. He got a hanging curveball and hit it through the raindrops. That pitch is high to Real Muto. Ball 3. Nunez cannot be walking him, or else we've got bases loaded, nobody out. I don't know if he picked the right guy for this coming out of a break kind of role, and that is ball 4. Oh, my. It feels like every decision Albanese is making today is backfiring. Every decision is backfiring right now. He's only had 2 real decisions to make. One was, do you want to stop the game now? He said no, and that was the wrong move. And the next decision was, well, who do we bring in to resume play? And he went to Nunez, and Nunez does not look like he is the right choice. Bases loaded, nobody out in the top of the 4th, folks. And this early on, it's not like you can just yank Nunez immediately. He's faced the minimum 3 batters. They're all on base. Bryson Stott is up. We need help. First pitch to Stott. Has the plate, but it's low for ball 1. Gunnar and Holiday are playing deep. They'll get a double play if they can get it, but the middle corners are in. That one's low, and he's behind Stott 2-0. Good grief. Anthony Nunez is going to... God, you can see he doesn't have... He has no idea where anything's going right now. This could get ugly. 2-0 pitch is high, ball 3. And the crowd is starting to groan now, while Philly fans are starting to applaud. Wow, we just set a grenade off in our own lap today, didn't we? Ball 4. Crawford shows bunt, and the home plate umpire says he did not bring the bat back in time. It's 0-1 on Justin Crawford. Bases loaded, nobody out, and it's now 3-0 after Nunez walks in a batter. 4 straight have reached. Nunez has yet to record an out. That one misses, and the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Marsh at third, Real Muto at second, and Stott at first. Ball hit on the ground toward Holiday. He only has 1 play. It's to first base. That's an RBI ground out. And the Phillies have doubled their lead here to 4-0 in the 4th. And they still have 2 men in scoring position with only 1 out. And the guy coming up now hit the 2-run homer off of Bradish. It's De La Cruz. First pitch strike. We could have used that for the previous 3 batters, Anthony. Previous 4 batters. What am I talking about? That pitch is high. 1-1 the count. Yeah, Walker up in the bullpen. And Turner is another righty on deck. Lefties after that. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Best pitch from Nunez yet. I mean, it was not in the zone, but it started in the zone, and he got a chase. Infield is in all the way around now with second and third, 1 out. The pitch, that's fouled away. 2 strikes. That heater at 97. We do need to win it, but at the same time, when you think about it, it's a non-American League team. I'm not saying we lost this game, but I am trying to rationalize why it's not as hard of a loss as, say, we got a road trip coming up after we get the Angels this week. We got to go to Texas, and we got to go to Minnesota. Those games mean more than this one does. Now you got to go and win those games. This pitch has popped up. This is a big second out. De La Cruz keeps it on the infield. Holiday with the catch. So with 2 away, still runners at second and third. Trey Turner coming up. And this will be Nunez's final batter, no matter what the result, with Schwarber and Harper to follow. First pitch, that one's hit hard to left, but it is right to Dylan Beavers. We got off on that. I mean, we gave up 2 runs, but it could have been worse, but 2 runs feels bad enough as it is, folks. We're now down 4-0 going into the bottom of the 4th. Oh, and I am feeling tired all of a sudden. Good grief. Oh, I knew this would happen. I wish I could just know how long a rain delay would be, and then I could just take a nap, set my alarm for like an hour, get up. But, I have no idea. Just sitting here playing Yahtzee and getting tired. How the hell did we get new subscribers? Welcome in, new subscribers. Oh, your boy's feeling lower back pain already. The old man here, BW here. How you doing, folks? We are down 4-0. Who do we have due up? Depending on who we have due up, somebody might be showing up here as a special guest. You know what? Screw it. Let's just see if we can get some help. Better now than later, right? Where is it at? Oh, no. It's nowhere. The hat! The hat! Where are you, the hat? Where are you? Oh, no. It's supposed to be right here by my side. Folks, maybe this is what's been going wrong all this time. Please, stand by. I gotta go find the hat. The hat went AWOL, folks. I don't believe it. Tim Meza, the lefty, is on. And Meza, he's the guy that blew the Phillies lead in that game on Friday that we won. Maybe he'll help screw it up for the Phillies here right now. He's got Taylor Ward coming up. Middle of the order for the Orioles. First pitch outside to Taylor Ward. Folks, we need to at least start to chip away here. Feels like the game just started, but it really hasn't. We've already used up a third of our allotted outs, and we don't have a run yet. Taylor Ward takes a 2-0 strike from Meza. Yeah, the hat went AWOL. I will have to discipline the hat. The hat he takes after me. We're both rebellious, This ball's line. There's a base hit by Taylor Ward. Right back up the middle. Kept that head down. 103.7 off the bat and on your FM dial, folks. We've got a leadoff base runner That's how rallies start, you know. We need a crooked number on the board. The hat is here, and we got a leadoff hit. Holiday is swinging for the fences and comes up with nothing. It's 0-1. Folks, how far into Phantom's haircut do you think he is? That pitch is outside. A slider, 1 ball, 1 strike. That pitch is low. 2 balls and a strike. Holiday batting 5th in the lineup today. Takes low and away, and he's got a hitter's count at 3-1. Runner at first, nobody out, and Meza has given Holiday a nice count to work with here. 3-1 pitch. Just caught that corner knee high on the outside. Full count. I hear a bugle in the ballpark. Payoff pitch. Holiday stares down strike 3. No bueno. 1 away. Folks, it's your favorite 80s one-hit wonder. Encarnacion Strand takes high for ball 1. Man, Masson really has to squeeze that name of his into their graphic. Ground ball to third base. Bohm goes to second for 1. Relay to first in time. And that ends the inning. Encarnacion Strand hits into a double play. Inning over.
Big buck, stop it all.
This game was supposed to be on TV, but the rain delay, they took off the game. What network are you talking about, Alan? You mean on network TV, like WBAL or channel 2? What channel? Or where are you trying to watch it? MLB Network. Well, why would they have to do that? Don't they have the power to just tap into any feed? If every team's playing at the same time, they got the capability to offer people a chance. What, like they don't have enough bandwidth or something? I don't get it. Like, why can't they just flip it back on? It's not like, oh, sorry, we can't show you the rest of the game because the Sunday night movie of the week starring Tony Danza is coming up next. Sorry. It's MLB Network. It's their own damn network. They can play whatever they damn well want. What are they doing? Folks, oh, okay, that's a replay. I was like, are you telling me it's raining again? No, we're just seeing some replays here. Boom, 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 boom. Hello, Tony. Boom, 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 boom. Folks, the Phillies will be sending up the big bats in this inning. Schwarber, Harper, and Bohm. Josh Walker, the southpaw. The only option from the left side other than Grant Wolfram currently in the Oriole bullpen. That's something that needs to be addressed in the next 24 hours. Folks, this pitch is a called strike. Good first pitch from Walker to Schwarber. Schwarber has been held hitless in this series. He did walk back in the third inning here today. Swing and a miss. Oh, he's chasing far off the plate there. It's 0-2. Well, that sounds like a bunch of hooey to me. Swing and a miss. Schwarber, take a seat. It's not your weekend, buddy.
Well, y'all come back now, you hear? Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
I'm going to be pissed if we lose this series where Kyle Schwarber doesn't do a damn thing. Here's Bryce Harper. He's 0 for 2. He hasn't exactly he had a ground rule double in one of the games. He pops this one up, third base side, actually more toward the catcher here and well behind into the crowd. Strike one to Harper. Where are the bats? I mean, the thing is, we still have the 5th, 6th, 7th, and then the 8th and the 9th. I mean, by the time we get to 8th and 9th, I'm assuming the Phillies are going to have, their closer and their best setup man ready to go. But these next 3 innings, we're down 4, but it can be made up. We just got to get a crappy Philly reliever in here that we can do something off of. Harper with a count of a ball and 2 strikes. Base is empty, 1 out. And this ball's crushed. Harper is admiring it, and that ball is gone. Well, so much for containing the big bats. Harper off the lefty. Makes it 5-0. His 23rd of the season. 419 feet out to right. This is not fun. Yep, now we just made it even more difficult. Folks, I got to tell you, by the time I'm done calling this game, it might be to where I'm not on tomorrow's streaming. I'm just going to rest up because I'm already feeling pretty spent right now. And if this game doesn't improve, I might just need a mental health day. Here's Alec Boehm. That pitch is high. 1 ball, 1 strike to Boehm. No words, huh? Well, sometimes, it takes more than words. There's a base hit to right. Boehm will reach. And Walker is now given up back-to-back hits. At least it's homer than single versus the other way around. There's your silver lining, I guess. But so far, not only has keeping Bradish out there for that 3rd inning backfired, both options we've gone to out of the pen seem to have backfired as well. And again, we've had Cano and Wells ready for this rubber game. And now we might not have any reason to use them. I mean, we should. We got an off day tomorrow. Here's a ground ball to third. Encarnacion Strand to second for 1. Holiday first, 2. That is a double play, folks. All right. I'll get all the sleep I need when I'm dead. I know, but if I'm dead tomorrow, then there's 50 more games left. Who's going to call them? Who's going to call those last 50 games plus playoffs? Playoffs? Elias probably paid off somebody. I don't know if I'm going to read the rest of this, Earl, unless you're joking, because come on, paid off some. What are you saying? To have them lose this game so he has a reason to nah, I don't buy it, Earl. I don't buy it. I mean, that's how it felt when we lost 14-0 to the Tigers. Okay, you're joking. Okay. It's hard to tell. You know how people are about Elias, Earl. Between people's feelings in general about Mike Elias and then typing that into a chat without hearing the tone of your voice, you can't blame me for that, right? Yeah, Alan, I think I'm going to just chill the F out. I just realized my doctor's appointment is also coming up this morning, which is now 6 hours from now. I got a doctor's appointment. It's nothing to worry about. Just my every 5-week check-in / prescription stuff. But, you know, that's just another reason for me to just check out for a day. If I'm not calling games, you're not watching the O's for the rest of the year. Well, what about next year? What about for the rest of your life? Kevin Brown is leaving. He just peaced out. I'm not sure what's going on. I tell you what, it's like Masson thinks that whenever we're losing in a shitty way, that's the best time to clown around. I mean, I like to clown around too when we're, you know, like that 14-0 game. I'm sure I was clowning around. But I was also kind of pointing out how badly we were playing. These guys just want to clown around. Like, oh, this guy's taking over for Brown? Why does he got lotion in his hand? Dude's been caught holding some lotion in his right hand. Dude, what are you planning to do? Hey, Kevin, you might want to wipe that chair down when you come back. Albert Suarez is up in the bullpen. Taveras just struck out to start the bottom of the fifth, folks. Leody Taveras on a 2-2 pitch strikes out. 1 away. Kevin's back in the chair. Oh, is that a cup of coffee? Kevin Brown has been traded he's been traded to the Rays after that comment about how we play at the Trop for cash considerations. Colton Cowser's up, folks. 1-0 pitch is a little bit low, or did they call that a strike? That's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Folks, I got to admit it. I'm kind of phoning it in right now with my call. I'm not giving you that passion that you come here for. It's going to take... That's not lotion. Well, I looked back and dude had a coffee cup in his hand, so I don't know if maybe I just wanted him to have lotion. I don't know. I'm the creep in this scenario. 2-2 on Cowser, folks. BW is getting a little goofy. Cowser down the left field corner. This one will be a diving catch attempt. Did he make it? Brandon Marsh has just got caked in mud, diving into the left field wall down in the corner. Not the wall where, you know, you hit a home run. The side wall. In front of the left field foul pole there. Makes a really nice catch in foul ground for the second out. Here's Jake Rogers. And ball 1 to him. Alvarez got ejected one time, if memory serves. Jake Rogers gets his first Oriole hit, folks. A one-hopper into left field for a 2-out knock. Rogers. Folks, we can still get to 200 likes today somehow. We're at 177. Just in case, folks, if you're watching and you haven't hit that like button, let's try to get it to 200 if we can. Pitch is low to Dylan Beavers. All right, why does this pregame guy, why is he getting so much attention right now on Masson? Is it his birthday or something? I'm sitting here looking at his Instagram photos, hanging out with mascots. What is this? 1-1 on Dylan Beavers. Folks, I'm feeling a little bit loopy. And I'm almost out of caffeine. Two and one now to Beavers. I'm also slumping in my chair. Hold on. That's better. 2 balls, 2 strikes on that called strike 2 right there. Folks, you're here for the dry humor, not the passion. Well, I do offer both, Benzino. How many people do you know can give both of those things? Passion and dry, sarcastic, couldn't care less kind of humor. Dylan Beavers gets a called strike 3, folks. Tim Meza does not give up much. He's probably done for the day. And we are through 5 innings. That is a official ball game in the books. Now with 4 innings left, can this offense storm back down 5-0? 16 innings since we've last scored. Yeah, poor Rock and his old Twitter account. So weird. The world is just getting weird, folks. I mean, is it me, or the more you look around every day, does it feel like the only way people feel like they can make a living anymore is to do something that involves some kind of a grift, some kind of a scam, some kind of scheme, some kind of whatever? Is that where we're at now? Have we just completely forgotten how to do this? I don't know. It's a little bit concerning for me. I really don't want to spend my life just trying to dodge an endless stream of scams in my face. You know what I mean, folks? Every time my phone rings, I'm looking at it and going, I don't know that number. It's probably a scam call. Folks, the grounds crew is currently perched behind the tarp. And if we get another rain delay here, I just might have to jump off my 5th floor balcony. Albert Suarez will pitch. Major, I just read it as DoorDash. You don't want to know what I read it first as. I saw DOO, and I thought you were talking about. Wow, I got a DoorDash. So wait a minute. Shouldn't I get a commission on every delivery? I mean, everybody else is getting a piece of that, right? Hey, it's 1-0. We're underway here in the top of the 6th inning. JT Realmuto at the plate, and the 1-0 is fouled back. Hey, Dr. Delay looks like has sent a redirect over to the channel, folks. Dr. Delay, thank you very much. And for those joining, welcome into a game that us Oriole fans are really not enjoying right now. We have had to suffer not only getting shut out yesterday, but we're also getting shut out today with a 90-minute rain delay in the middle of the ball game thrown in. And currently the grounds crew is parked behind the tarp for a potential second rain delay. That's where we're at. Ugh. Foul ball by Realmuto. The count is a ball and 2 strikes. Base is empty, nobody out, in the top of the 6th. Suarez pitch is high, 2-2. You're going to cut me in? I get a cut. I want my $2. $2. Cash. Hey, folks, until this Oriole offense wakes up, can we spend time talking more about 80s movies? Thanks. It'll brighten up my mood. 2-2 pitch. That's hit hard to left. That is in front of Ward for a base hit. Realmuto singles. I'm sorry, Beavers is in left. Ward is again DHing. And the rain is starting to pick up. Phantom is back from his haircut. I just realized. How long have you been back, Phantom? Oh, yeah, you talked about the Rock Kabatko account. Oh, he even mentioned me earlier, and I didn't see this. Hold on. Bryson Stott, first pitch. Very high, a curveball that stayed up from Albert. Pirates manager got thrown out of the game today for arguing with the ump in the pouring rain that conditions were unsafe for players. They were losing 7-1 at the time. How do you throw a guy out for having... This ball is up and away, 2-0 to Stott. That's garbage. I mean, if the argument is about, pausing the game, that alone, no matter how much you stump for it, should never be the impetus to get tossed. But if you are stumping for it and you're also adding in a bunch of words that rhyme with block snucker or something, that part of it might got him tossed. Let us put the tarp on the field, you block snuffer. My guys are going to get hurt. You're out of here. Phillies get another base runner. They have 2 on, nobody out here in the top of the 6th after ball 4 to Bryson Stott. Good grief. Folks, something good needs to happen here. Oh, yeah. So, again, Phantom, how'd the haircut go? Pitch is high. We're hoping you got that Lord Farquaad look. Everybody was betting on what haircut you were going for. I went for Lord Farquaad. What'd you wind up settling with? Folks, first and second, nobody out. 2-1 the count on Crawford, and that ball is hit to left, and that's going to bring in a run. The throw comes in towards third. Safe there. And this game is getting ugly. It is 6-0. RBI single by Crawford. Good haircut. Just a standard cut. Standard cut. Sounds like when I got my circumcision. Folks, this is getting ugly, and I've been up a long time, all night long, in fact. Oh, my. It is raining. I mean, it is raining out there, too. My goodness. This is a disaster. This is a disaster. This is a bigger disaster than the reflecting pool, folks. Let's be honest. It's just an unmitigated disaster. Second and third, nobody out for De La Cruz. And what are we doing now? The Bat Boys coming out to give Albert a new rosin bag, it looks like. Fresh rosin bag for Albert. My God, look at Albert standing next to that umpire. He looks like Thanos. I mean, what a large man. Folks, Fitzy coming in saying, how's it going when it's a 6-0 game. Fitz, read the room.
Sorry, Charm City chat. Sorry.
Fitz, let me give you a little advice. When I go to your channel and I see your Red Sox are losing 6-0, my first thing isn't saying, how's it going? Because I know the answer. Fly ball to center field. It's caught by Cowser. Runner tags from third and scores. It's now 7-0. Yay. Wow. That's how it's going, Fitz. It's going 7-0.
Sorry, Charm City chat. Sorry.
Folks, be sure to check out Thomas Fitzpatrick's channel. Hey, why am I so far to the side on this camera here? There we go. A little bit better. Here's a pop-up down the third base side. It's foul by Trey Turner. 1 out, runner at second. Turner at the plate 0 for 2. Not baseball related. Okay, so how is it going besides the game I'm currently calling? Let's see. Well, my lower back is starting to hurt from sitting here for 5 hours already. Oh, wait, it's only been 4. My bad. What else? I'm starting to get hungry. Didn't know I was going to be calling a 5-hour game. Here's a ground ball up the middle. Gunner with a nice scoop of it, but the throw to first is late. Trey Turner beats out an infield hit. And now the Phillies have first and third with 1 out. My goodness. Folks, the hat is asking me right now, are you sure, BW? Or do you want to reserve my powers for another day? Maybe the hat doesn't work in the rain. It's like suede shoes. You can't wear that in the rain. It's ball 1 to Kyle Schwarber, folks. First and third, 1 out. Albert Suarez is in here to pitch at least a couple of innings, I think, at this point. And if things get ugly, maybe we'll see a position player. Unfortunately, Chadwick Trump no longer available. Darn. 1-1 on Schwarber. Pitch. That's line to left. That is caught by Beavers. Another runner will tag and score. It is 8-0. 8-0. Looks like I picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines. Folks, all right, I insist, Charm City Chat, if you are going to go through the torture I am, help me out. Let's talk some 80s movies or something. Give me something. We were doing trivia earlier. Remember? Remember the trivia? That was fun. 0-1 on Bryce Harper, and his hand is stinging after that foul ball. And he is, or perhaps he just didn't have a firm grip in these wet conditions. He just sprayed some of that grippy spray on the bat handle. I mean, it is raining. It is downright raining. Drops of water are just falling off the face of Albert Suarez, standing out there on the mound. Pitch is popped up by Harper, and it goes foul. And what remains of the crowd, most of them have opted to take cover underneath the open seating, underneath the overhangs. Some folks are brave enough to sit through the rain, and the grounds crew is still perched behind the tarp for a possible second rain delay. But I mean, 8-0. Swung on and fouled away by Harper. Still a ball and 2 strikes. What a nightmare this is. The weather really just turned this game south, and I'm not saying we can't just let the offense off the hook. We have been shut out here, but I just really feel like if it didn't start raining, Kyle Bradish would still be out there pitching a hell of a game in this 6th inning. Maybe Phillies up like 2-0, but not 8-0. Damn rain. We got a full count on Harper. Funny actor from the 80s, Leslie Nielsen. Yeah. Naked Gun. And that Police Squad show that I feel like more people have seen the show Police Squad now. Harper gets ball 4 here, folks. It's a 2-out walk, and that puts runners at first and second. 4. Look at this infield. Again, the corners of the infield near first and third there. It is getting into an area where it's not playable. Here's a ball to Gunner. This could be... Oh, we only need 1 out. Sorry. Force play at second ends the inning. We go to the bottom of the 6th. I say this. If the Orioles fail to score in this inning, we should just say... I mean, you know, if they'll let us put the tarp out there, I don't know. Like, is this even worth, like, using up more bullpen arm? I mean, you know I don't like to punt, folks, but shit. I don't know what we stand to benefit if we sit through another rain delay. Oh, boy. Seventh inning has been the inning of magic. That is true, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson! Yeah, you're right. All right. 7th inning. Yeah, for a 6-episode series, Police Squad might be the best. Just didn't have the audience for it at the time. He was a serious actor until Airplane, right? I mean, I can't think of what he did before his role on an Airplane. I mean, I know he was in what's that famous space movie with Robbie the Robot? He was in that. What the hell is that movie? I've seen old school Leslie Nielsen, but as far as I know, Airplane was the first one of his, comedic attempts. Yeah. And boy, did he knock it out of the park. It's a big building with patience, but that's not important right now. Look at this rain. Now what? Now what are we going to do with this rain? Bottom of the 6th. What a disaster. All the actors, yeah, right. What's his face? The guy that hosted the biography show. Robert Stack. Lloyd Bridges, who would also go on to do, the Hot Shots movies and stuff. Lloyd Bridges definitely had some comedic timing. Folks, we're bringing the tarp back out. Folks, if you have children nearby, earmuffs, okay? 10-second warning for earmuffs. Everybody ready? Okay. They're bringing the fucking tarp back out. Really? Really? He's in Poseidon Adventure, but that's not the one I'm thinking about. No, I'm talking about a very famous sci-fi movie with Robbie the Robot. Frig. Come on, guys. Help me out. Somebody will look it up. Chilo, where are you at? Punch it into Chat GPT. Where you got all those trivia questions from. Folks, you got to be shitting me. Just call it. Just call it. Not Lost in Forbidden Planet. That's it, Rob. Thank you. Forbidden Planet. By the way, Forbidden Planet. Oops, sorry. Folks, Forbidden Planet, here's a fun fact, is the first soundtrack to feature electronic music. That's right. You heard me correctly. And they used a lot of theremin as well. But like electronic music is basically born out of that movie. So if you're a fan of a band like Kraftwerk, or if you grew up in the 80s and liked to get down to some New Order, playing Blue Monday in the nightclub or whatever, it all traces back to Forbidden Planet with Leslie Nielsen. Right? I better look this up to be sure. Sometimes my facts get 56 for Forbidden Planet. Yep, 1950s electronic music, folks. I had this soundtrack for that very reason on vinyl. I was such a music snob in my teens and 20s. Had quite a nice collection, though. Was quite satisfied with it. Sorry to report, live Doppler radar shows a slew of heavy rain moving into, I'm assuming, Charm City, with break in sight. Break. Real life couple. Oh, sorry, Chilo. I didn't see your, I didn't see your question. Real life couple Gene Wilder and Gilda Radner on the set of which 82 mystery? That's the one on the plane, on the train. Shit. They're on a train. Hold on. They only did like 2 movies together. One was like Haunted Honeymoon. That was like the last one. That really bombed. This was like the first one I think they did together. And it did okay. I was too young to see it myself. I think this came out like in, oh, you said it right there, 82. Oh, shit. So I was old enough to have seen it in the theater. What was the name of that movie? They're on a train. They're on a train, Chilo. Aren't they on a train? Tell me they're on a train. I don't know why I can't pull it. Folks, we have another weather delay. Holy shit. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I mean, if it's a delay of any kind, it has to be a minimum of 30 minutes, right? Can I... 30 minutes really isn't enough for a nap, though, because I need at least a few minutes to fall asleep, and then I need a few minutes to collect myself. I feel like do Rodney Dangerfield impressions, okay? I don't know. Hanky Panky. Damn it. That might not be the one I'm thinking of then. Hold on. Because, again, I think they did 3 movies. One was Haunted Honeymoon. One was Hanky Panky. But I'm not sure if that's the one on the train. No, that's the one. Hanky Panky. Oh, wait a minute. What's the synopsis? Hanky Panky like a hanky panky. Nothing like a good spanky. What a stupid song that was. How the hell is that a chorus hook? Nothing like a good spanky? We're actually going to make spanky a word just so it rhymes with hanky panky. It's kind of lazy lyric writing, if you ask me, folks. What do I know? Apparently, Gilda was in The Woman in Red. I don't remember her in that. Obviously, Kelly LeBrock was the Woman in Red. I don't remember Gilda being in that movie, but she was. Gene Wilder. Boy, you want to talk about a guy... Blazing Saddles and Young Frankenstein, and of course, you know, an iconic role for kids in Willy Wonka. That's a hell of a trifecta right there for Gene Wilder. And then when he partnered up with Pryor on screen for like Bustin' Loose and Stir Crazy. Oh, wait, no, Bustin' Loose that was just Pryor with the kids on the bus, right? All right, well, they did Stir Crazy. Anyway, Stir Crazy was a big hit. But, man, after that, Gene Wilder, you want to talk about a giant fall from, like, top-tier comedies to just nearly unwatchable stuff. I saw one of his last, like, starring movies. It was called Funny About Love. And my mom, this probably came out when I was, like, 12. So that would have been, like, 89. 1989 coming up again. I'm going to guess it was around there, give or take a year. Anyway, Funny About Love. You probably had never even heard of it, even if you're a Gene Wilder fan. I saw that. My mom was a big fan of Gene Wilder. So I did see his later, shittier movies. He did See No Evil, Hear No Evil with Richard Pryor. That one was actually pretty good. That was probably the last funny thing. But then he did another one with Pryor called Another You, and that is also extremely, extremely shitty. But man, Gene Wilder, Young Frankenstein, Blazing Saddles, especially Young Frankenstein. That might be on my Mount Rushmore of best lead roles in a comedy ever. He absolutely crushed it in that movie. Folks, Mets going to have to rethink their upcoming August 19th stadium giveaway of a Freddie Peralta Mets jersey. Now, Peralta, is he out of contract? Is this a rental? Or is there more time with him? It feels weird to do that giveaway that late in the season if it was going to be his only year there anyway. Or does he have more year? That's weird, isn't it? That's weird to plan a giveaway. Because if you got a 1-year rental player and they have a shitty year, and you wait till mid-August for some kind of giveaway for him, nobody's going to want that, even if you don't trade him away. But then you got that chance of getting traded away as well. As, if you get a rental, have that giveaway in April or May. You feel me? What 85 Woody Allen film tells the story of a waitress played by Mia Farrow and a movie character? Oh, that is Purple Rose of Cairo. I love that movie. The Purple Rose of Cairo and that whole, like, crossing into the dimension of the movie. And I was very young when I saw that, obviously. 85, I would have been 8. But I remember seeing it in the theater. Folks, my parents had nothing to do with me other than to take turns going to movies. I grew up in the house with my mom. My dad lived down the road. And my mom, basically, she took me to all the sort of romantic comedies and dramas, maybe a period movie, something like that. And then my dad was all about taking me to all the sci-fi and action, testosterone 80s movies. So between the two, I basically saw everything in those years. Some really bad ones. Oh, yeah, that's right, with Corbin Burns. I vaguely remember that. Yeah. Oh, you liked Moving? Oh, I thought Moving was very not funny. Like, there's something about that movie and the big, that big joke, how do you say your name? Trichomes? Sorry if I'm butchering it. But one of the biggest jokes of the movie is he finds the house that they want to move into. He goes to meet the sellers of the house, and they're giving him a tour of the place. And he'll point to, like, the kitchen cabinets, and the seller's like, but, we're going to take those with us. And Richard Pryor's, like, laughing like, oh, that is funny, because what are you going to take the cabinets? I mean, the kitchen cabinets, that's crazy, right? They go out to the swimming pool outside, and he's like, how about this swimming pool? Yeah, it's Olympic size or whatever. You can do laps. It's lovely. But we're gonna be taking that with us, though. And Richard Pryor's laughing. Like, yeah, that's funny. Obviously, you can't up and take a pool. It's a hole in the ground. And they just do this. They walk through the house, and they just point at everything. The stairs. Oh, we're going to take that with us. And the big joke is, folks, you ready for the big joke? Richard Pryor goes back to his house he's leaving, collects his family, and they arrive now to their new home. And when they get there, the pool's gone. The kitchen cupboards are gone. The stairs are gone. They weren't kidding. Oh, no. What a dilemma. I don't know. It was a joke that took like 20 minutes to set up. And then you get the payoff. And then I don't even know if I can tell you anything else that happened in that movie. Moving. Randy Quaid would be in that movie. God, Randy Quaid was showing up in everything. My favorite part was the end when Randy Quaid is the new neighbor with an even bigger and louder lawnmower than the first. Haha, see what they did? That's comedy. Richard Pryor made some weird movies. You ever see The Toy? The Toy might be a movie that in the modern age one might refer to as problematic. Brewster's Millions, there's a nostalgia about that movie, and of course, having baseball tied into the plot. Obviously, we're baseball fans here. It's hard to resist. You got John Candy hanging out. Hard to not like John Candy when he's on screen. But in reality, it's a pretty weak premise or the premise not necessarily weak, but they could have done so much with a premise like that, right? You got 30 days in which to spend $30 million, but you can't just go out and buy like a $30 million house or whatever. Luis Garcia Jr., the second baseman from the Nats. The second baseman from the Nats, left-handed hitter. Where's Jazz going to play? Where's Jazz playing? Outfield? Is he going back to the outfield? Great Outdoors. Yeah, John Candy. The worst John Candy film is still a watchable film. John Candy's just fantastic. Oh, Luis moves over to short. I didn't think he had the arm for short. Honestly, I feel like Jazz would make more sense at short than Garcia, but I could be 100% wrong. Delirious. I'm delirious. Oh, yeah, producers. Yeah, going back to Gene Wilder. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. And for the part of his career that was brilliant, the producers, that was the breakout. Who was Harry Crumb? That one might be among the worst of Candies, but yeah, I still like it. And his little costumes. Hey, speaking of a comedy where some sort of detective has to put on costumes, and has anybody here gone through the absolute torture of seeing the film Master of Disguise, starring the previously mentioned Dana Carvey? Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club? Turtle. That movie just might be the worst movie I've ever seen. And usually when I talk about the worst movies I've ever seen, they're usually bad comedy. You can't make a bad comedy. When you screw up comedy, when the jokes don't land, it's the worst kind of movie to watch. Give me a boring drama. Give me a horror movie where the jump scares suck and the plot is thin. Give me anything else than a comedy where you never laugh once. You just sit there with that blank look on your face, feeling like you soiled yourself and you just want to leave. No, The Ringer is another one of those movies. The Ringer is absolute garbage. I'll tell you another one. I might have mentioned it before. The Pest. The Pest with John Leguizamo has the distinction of being the first movie, and I'm pretty sure the only movie I've ever walked out on. I walked out. I even sat through Master of Disguise, but to be fair, I was working in a movie theater, and I kind of had to watch it. But The Pest is just, it's an assault on the senses. It's the most obnoxious. It's so obnoxious. It feels like the ultimate troll, you know? Like, you pay your $5 and let me just annoy the ever-living shit out of you for 87 minutes. And if that was the idea, good work, Mr. Leguizamo. How long is the rain delay? That's the $1 million question, Kappa. Nobody has any idea. I love Stripes, too, up until the third act. The third act of Stripes, this is a problem with a lot of 80s comedies. They have to give you some kind of plot in the third act, and you just basically forget about the jokes. And Stripes is one of those movies. That whole, like, action sequence, crossing the border and all that stuff, like, it's kind of weak sauce. But, you know, yeah, the first hour of Stripes, that's good Bill Murray stuff. Watch Geely. Geely. Is that the one with the J-Lo? And I think it has another G in it. I think it's like Gigly. I think I've seen Geely, and I'll have to disagree with you. Yeah. No. Master of Disguise, worse. It's worse. Because with that movie, I know it's terrible. I don't disagree with you in the slightest. Geely, terrible. But you at least have some redeeming quality, and that is watching a train wreck between those two with their absolute lack of on-screen chemistry, knowing that they were in real life in a relationship. That does something. It gives you a reason to kind of watch it, you know, maybe with morbid curiosity or whatever. The Pest. Again, The Pest is like having somebody sit behind you in the theater with a stun gun and just zapping you in the back of the neck with it about every 2.5 minutes. It's an assault on the senses. Oh, by the way, speaking of horrible movies, I tried to mention this like a week ago. I'd only grazed it. I didn't get to it, but I'd brought up The Big Lebowski, and then I didn't finish. But there was a spinoff. John Turturro, brilliant actor, happens to be in the show Severance that I just finished catching up with. John Turturro has been in a lot of great movies. Coen Brothers, regular. I love John Turturro, but for whatever reason, since 2001, which is only a couple of years after The Big Lebowski came out, John Turturro had been asking the Coen Brothers if he could have permission to make a movie to make a movie out of his character from The Big Lebowski, the Jesus, you know, the bowler with the purple jumpsuit and the hairnet and the whole shebang. And for years, the Coen Brothers were like, no, we don't want any sort of sequel to The Big Lebowski. But I guess Turturro just really had his heart set on it, and eventually, somewhere around when COVID came out, the Coen Brothers said, okay, go ahead, we'll let you make your movie. And Turturro went out, and not only did he like write this, he directed it. He was obviously the star, the lead role. It's called Roll with Jesus, or no, The Jesus Rolls. The movie is called The Jesus Rolls. Has anybody even heard of this movie? Because I didn't until I stumbled on it about a week ago. It's called The Jesus Rolls. And it is. And there's a reason why I haven't heard of it and why you probably haven't either. You want to talk about a misfire. You want to talk about a movie that you would think would have some laughs, and yet you're just sitting there going, what the hell am I watching? And there are people in this movie. There are legit, like, how do they get him or her in this movie? People. The Jesus Rolls. The movie reached a point about probably not even halfway through where I had to stop watching it because one of the actors in it who I can't believe they somehow convinced to be in it was this French actress who I talked about on stream maybe about a week ago, Audrey Tautou, who was the star of the movie Amelie, if you ever saw that. She's in this movie. And if you look at Audrey's like IMDb right now, this is the last movie she's been in. And this is like 6 years ago now. And the way they use her in this movie, like, completely ruined this sort of like crush love affair I have of her. Because I always pictured her as like this sort of personification of just a lovely woman, you know, like beautiful, little sweet, kind of weird, eccentric, whatever. But in this movie, they made her basically like this strung out whore. And there's these scenes where it's, what's that character actor? He's in like every movie shot in New Jersey. Bobby Cannavale. Bobby Cannavale, if you know him, John Turturro, the two of them probably have worked together several times. And Audrey Tautou. They wind up in a scene together where they're all naked. It's like a threesome thing. It's extreme. It got so uncomfortable that I had to turn it off. And I don't know if I've ever done that. Like, I got a really thick skin. I've seen some really messed up movies. I've seen all the video nasties. Remember the video nasties list from like the 80s? Movies like banned in the UK. You know, Last House on the Left, or I Spit on Your Grave, or, you know, those Faces of Death movies. I mean, I watched just about any crazy-ass movie that was ever made. And none of them made me turn it off because I felt just gross. This movie did. This Big Lebowski spin-off movie was so bad that I felt gross and I had to turn it off. And I'm still kind of thinking about what the hell they were thinking. What the hell were they thinking? Cannibal Holocaust. Yep. That one I mean, look, folks, when there's like live animals getting butchered, or, you know, there's certain things that I don't have any taste to watch. I'm not into some of these things. There's a boundary between exploitation and just plain sick. But if you've ever heard of a movie called A Serbian Film, and if you've had the displeasure of watching it, then you know that your boy BW here has seen a lot of messed up movies. And yet, the one that made me turn it off was this Big Lebowski spinoff movie. I couldn't believe it. The rest of the day, I was like, you know, I'm watching this Oriole game that they're replaying during their rain delay, and man, I miss Baltimore. I really miss Baltimore. There's Ryan Mountcastle. He's turning on the sprinkler. We don't do that anymore either. This is when we had better vibes. I'd like to get Baltimore back. I like it. I also want the grounds crew shed back. Human Centipede, yeah, pretty trashy. Now, the first one, I think a lot of us have seen. I've heard that the sequels are much more disgusting, twisted, and just poorly made. Kimbrel's been DFA'd. Oh, no. Will he make the Hall of Fame? Oh, Becca's back, everybody. Folks, welcome back, Becca. Becca, why are you here on our garbage channel? What on earth are you doing here on our garbage channel, Becca? Long time no see. Weren't you telling me something about how I'm supposed to flush you away like I do everybody or something? Or have you forgotten that? How's it going, Becca? Fancy seeing you here. Now we're having fun. Becca, I've been up since 11 o'clock p.m. my time, and we're coming up on 5 a.m. I don't know how long you plan to stay, but things could get interesting. Yeah. I couldn't have said it better myself, Becca. Yeah. All right. So I was talking about 80s movies. Yeah, I just want to acknowledge our new guest in the room, that's all. I'm not here to set up anything nasty. So yeah, I've seen my share of some pretty bizarre films, folks, but to wrap it all up, the Jesus Rolls, I highly don't recommend it. And has anyone honestly ever even heard of it? That's how badly it did. Like, there was no marketing for it. It made no money. Like, it had a budget of like, I don't know, $8 million, and I think the box office was like $60,000. It was that bad. I just got a notification the Phillies won. Oh, post game coming up next. Okay, so the game has been called. So they made me just sit here. Wow. Well, this has got to be... We've had worse losses than this, folks, but never one where I have to sit here and tell you final score without any baseball to watch. There's no baseball to go, all right, and that will be the final out. I mean, talk about, this anticlimactic finish to this afternoon. The Orioles lose it 8-0 with 2 rain delays. This game went 6 innings. Meza gets the win, and Bradish, talk about a tough luck loss. That is harsh. Man, the baseball gods were not looking after us today, were they? Honestly, this felt like we'd never had a chance. The way this worked out. I mean, this game could have entirely been flipped, reversed, had Wheeler been the guy on the mound to start an inning right when that rain started to come down, and Wheeler tried to pitch through that inning in those conditions instead of Bradish. I'm just saying, because butterfly effect. I know they put up a shit ton of runs and beat us 8-0, but yeah, the rain between Bradish having to pitch through it and the delays and everything else, this just felt like a game that we just, the fate was already sealed. This really feels like, I mean, God, if I went to this game, can you imagine going to this game? What could you have possibly enjoyed about your Sunday afternoon in Baltimore today, where you paid full price to see 6 innings while sitting through 2 rain delays as your team gets shut out? I mean, it doesn't get any worse than that. That is really rough. Hey, folks, we're 4 likes away from 200. I've got about 4 drags left on my lucky strike. What do you say we hit 200 likes and old BW here can go to bed? Does that sound like a plan? Help me out and hit that like button if you haven't already, please. What a disaster. This I wish we could have just never started this game and played it on a different day. No. I'm a wuss. These have filters, and they're skinny. Which I'm not. Another wouldn't go over well today movie. Which one is that? Johnny Dangerously? We were talking about that earlier. Anything Goes. Wasn't that the song? Or is Anything Goes, is that what that Kate Capshaw was singing in Temple of Doom at the beginning? What's that song from Johnny Dangerously? There was This Is the Life. Yeah, wasn't that like Weird Al Yankovic? Didn't Weird Al Yankovic do a song for the movie? This is the life. Ah, this is the life. It's been a while since I've seen Johnny Dangerously. But that was Weird Al, right? It was like one of his first non-parody songs. It was just like a song. Folks, we've hit 200 likes, and I still got maybe 2 drags. Fantastic. Thanks, everybody. You guys rock. What about the Flamingo Kid? I mean, I saw that in the theater. I was probably like 7 or 8 years old, and it's sort of like a young adult sort of, summer beach sex kind of movie. So at that age, I'm just looking at the girls in bikinis. I don't really have any memory of that movie. Like, what was the plot even? He's a pool boy? Matt Damon is a pool boy. That doesn't sound like not Matt Damon. Sorry, Matt Dillon. Sorry. Yeah, I don't remember much about the Flamingo Kid. What makes it good? The Major? If you wanted to convince me. Oh, you said Matt Damon. You got me confused. That's Matt Dillon. Matt Dillon. But remind me or educate me. What's good about the Flamingo Kid? Why should I watch it today as an adult? I do remember Six Pack with Kenny Rogers, Matt. That seemed to be a staple on cable TV like in the late 80s. I felt like once a week I'd be flipping a channel and find myself halfway into the movie Six Pack. Big Jim with a super chat. Hey, thanks, Big Jim. It was worth streaming for 5 hours for this $3 super chat. I'm telling you, that works out to 60 cents an hour. And to me, I mean, that's as good as somebody getting paid putting together an iPhone, right? I'm making iPhone money. Thank you, Big Jim. That kind of sounded like I was not appreciating it. No, of course I appreciate it. I'm just trying to be humorous. It might have sounded like I didn't appreciate it, but thank you, Big Jim. Thanks for the call, even if the game sucked. It did suck. This was a sucky situation. Bustin' Loose was on cable a lot. Yes, it was. In fact, I'm trying to remember, there was a song from that movie that, I wish I could pull it. That song, or that movie, remember in the 80s, sometimes they'd have like a song they made for the movie and they would just play it like over and over as like because that's like a road trip movie. And I felt like this song, I couldn't remember it, but like every freaking 15 minutes, that song would start back up. And Bustin' Loose. But as a kid, that movie resonated with me. I was probably maybe 6 the first time I saw that movie, but I still kind of identified with those, like, delinquent youths. I was a bit of a delinquent myself. Not much has changed, I guess. Just less hair on the back of my head. Folks, thank you, Jim. I appreciate it. 200 likes on a 6-inning game that we got shut out. And yesterday we got shut out, and we broke records with likes and other stats. Yeah, kind of weird. I vaguely remember eating 2 pieces of funny paper. I wonder what you might mean. Were they micro-sized? Watching Fantasia. Are you a Maryland guy? You damn Skippy Bones, PG County through and through. I claim dual citizenship. I am pretty much a DC Baltimore hybrid kind of a guy. I get to claim dual citizenship. Oh yeah, you're from PG as well. Nice. Are you still there? How's PG County been? How's the crime? The scene at the end of Apocalypse Now is real and disturbing. Oh, there's more than one disturbing scene in that movie. Apocalypse Now, I'm more into that A Filmmaker's Apocalypse, the documentary about the making of that movie and just how insane it was. That was when, folks, Hollywood in the 70s, it never was better for the artist, for the director. Creative control. You could inflate budgets and just go crazy. If you had a name for yourself, Coppola certainly did after making The Godfather. And man, that Apocalypse Now production was absolutely batshit crazy. Charles County for Phantom. I dig it. One city from College Park up Route 1 to Baltimore, yeah. Yeah. Like if you're from Laurel, right? What do you say? If you're from Laurel, do you say you're from Baltimore? Do you say you're from D.C.? Do you just say you're from Maryland? What do you say? Because that's probably the midway point, right? Between the two beltways or whatever. The game sucked, but at least I didn't have to listen to Masson BS. Thanks for another great show, BW. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Charm City Tony. Appreciate it. One day I might have a co-host as attractive as Melanie Newman. A little eye candy for you. I'm working on it. Bolt wash. Or ball wash. I'm from Ball Wash. That makes sense. I live in Hartford County, Bel Air. Nice. Could you tell me that story all about how your life got flipped, turned upside down? Take 1 minute and sit right there and tell me how you became the... Yeah. How long have I been gone? Well, when I went down to South Carolina to finish high school and go to college, I moved back into D.C., into the city of D.C. for work. Because, again, I was into media production, film, video, photography. I was looking for work and having some connections with D.C. Of the two cities to come back to and live and look for work, D.C. just made more sense. And I started doing documentary work, mostly freelance at first. And then I caught on with a couple of production houses and did that through most of the 2000s. I have an Emmy to my credit. I mean, it's not my personal Emmy, but it's a documentary that won Best Historic Documentary 2001 for PBS. Documentary called Korean War Stories, which I was an assistant editor on. So yeah, I got into production, but mainly post-production, editing work. And lived in D.C. till about 2008, and that's when like the housing crash, market crash happened, and at the same time some stuff went down with my night job at the 930 Club. So I felt like And also the house I was staying in right there on Florida Avenue, we were getting evicted because they were selling the house. All this shit went down in 2008. And at that point, I was looking to kind of restart. And I moved down to the Raleigh, Chapel Hill area of North Carolina because I knew a couple of people there. And there I spent some pretty tough years trying to get back on my feet with a couple of lousy jobs. But then that's when I got the job with NBC, and that was totally through emailing. Like I saw, well, at the time it wasn't even NBC, but there used to be a website called Roto World, which was like the top website if you play like fantasy football, fantasy baseball. Roto World was the site to go to. I used it every day myself because back in those days I was very much addicted to fantasy baseball and football. So I was also really into the Premier League though, and they had their own fantasy game, FPL. And I had it in my mind that Roto World, you know, they have this website and they got in columns like, do you want to follow fantasy NFL, NBA? And I'm like, you know, they really should have a Premier League department. And lo and behold, one day I open up that website and I see a new tab and it says the Premier League. And I'm like, holy cow, they've got it. And that very day, that first day it showed up on the website, I emailed them and I was like, I'd be very interested in writing for this brand new department. I follow the Premier League very closely. Here are some writing samples, blah, blah, blah. And they hired me. And then within about a year, NBC bought Roto World and incorporated it. And at that point, I was with NBC for about 9 years. By the time I had left, I was the senior writer for that Premier League department. But I got let go, and if you'd like to know the answer to why that was, it has everything to do with how sports betting became legal in the States back around, what was it, 2020 or so? 2021? I'm not sure. Maybe even a year earlier. But around that time, NBC decided to go a different direction with their online content. They wanted to focus less on fantasy coverage and get into more of this sports betting stuff. And I was already living over here in Thailand. I was completely oblivious that sports betting and betting on your apps on your phone and stuff, I had no idea that this had sort of come around. I was approached. I was told it was a volunteer sort of a decision if I wanted to join that. I think they called it NBC Edge was the branding of it, NBC Edge. And I was like, I have a very big ethical dilemma with this. I do not want to provide content that is going to affect people's decision making and making bets. Like, that is a huge leap ethically for me between covering fantasy sports where, you might have a pool with your office or something, or a group of friends where everybody throws in like $50 and you have like a prize at the end of, but there's no fantasy sports where it's going to turn into like I'll have to mortgage my house because I lost all my money in fantasy sports. So I didn't want to have anything to do with the betting stuff, and they basically figured out a way to just let me go about a year after that. And that's when I was still living out here and wondering what to do next. And I said, well, actually, a friend of mine said you should start a YouTube channel. And I said, okay, but what? Everybody has a YouTube channel. What am I going to do? And he said you should do something comedy related. And so I tried a comedy channel, which is still out there. Doesn't see a whole lot of activity, although I did stream on there about a week or two ago. I tried that for about one full year, and the channel was not growing. And that was also the 2023 Orioles season when they won, I think, 101 games. So I'm watching the Orioles, and again, I'd just been let go by this job, so suddenly it opened up the opportunity for me to start following the Orioles again. And so I was already thinking about starting an Orioles channel, but I didn't think it would be appropriate to just do it immediately. I needed to get reacclimated with the team. I need to learn about the ins and outs of the organization, or else I didn't want to come on and just sound stupid and lacking the knowledge that I think is necessary to be covering the Orioles on a day-to-day basis. So I spent a year, as I'm failing with the one channel, kind of studying up to start this channel. And then 2024, this channel started, and this is the entire story of me, at least since about the age of 22. This is how I got here. Folks, was that exciting? There's my biography. There's a lot of other shit happened, but in terms of where I was, when I was, yeah, I haven't lived in PG County since my childhood years growing up. But those are, that's the only life you know when you're in that time, in that moment growing up. All I knew was PG County, DC, and Baltimore, Maryland. Yeah. I miss Maryland, folks. Lovely, lovely state. Sorry, am I boring the ever-living crap out of folks? We got 68 people here. I think it's time to sign off. I think I got so tired that I just started talking myself into oblivion. I think it's time to sign off. What's the channel name? It's called Permanently Temporary. Isn't that clever? Permanently Temporary. If you see a little logo with my ugly face, that's it. And folks, if this sport of baseball does go into some sort of lockout or strike for the 2027 season, I'll probably be trying to build that channel up more. And maybe I can convince some of you folks to subscribe to it to help that channel grow. It's not even monetized yet. You need 500 subscribers for monetization. It's still about 100 short of that. But I've got an idea. This comedy show that I do, I think it's a great idea. The people that have been able to find it seem to enjoy it, but it's just something that YouTube doesn't know how to market to just random people out there. Nobody knows how to find it. I don't know how to market it, but it's fun. I'll have a lot of fun on the channel. Speaking of channels, can I check in with our friend one more time before I get out of here?
Different. We don't care about the haters up in this mouth.
You don't care about the haters.
For the true people. We do this for those who show up. We do this for our friends. We do this for everybody else who actually gives a shit about this show.
Why are you acting
and
so
to the
angry?
People, I'll say my message. The people who don't like it, fuck you.
Okay.
We're still doing this. And McCoffey, the moment I stopped caring about numbers is the day that set me free. You know what? For me, that day is today.
Sure.
I got all my frustrations out. I know the haters are still going to come after me, but give me this camera.
Nobody's coming after you. Your show is empty. Nobody's showing up. You have one guy in there regularly chatting that isn't somehow connected to the show as a mod or as a member of your crew. You've got one audience. I don't even think that's the right word if it's one person. I think it's just audient. Is that right? You have one audient. And you spend here about 25 minutes because this one person likes to challenge you on some of your sport takes, and you don't like anybody challenging you. But you also don't want to get rid of him because if he left, then your chat would just stay empty for the entire show. So you're kind of in a bit of a conundrum here. Let's see how we navigate this.
I'm going to put about $100 into the swear jar with my next couple statements.
Oh, here we
Now, this is interesting because earlier in this same broadcast, he talks about all these stations that he's like simulcasting to or whatever. And, you know, you got to follow the rules of the FCC, right? You can't just drop 4-letter words willy-nilly. Folks, this is all a lie. The channels he's talking about are these made-up, like, web-only stations that I had a hard time finding. Nobody tunes into this on any of these stations. Nobody cares if he curses or not. No, he acts like there's, like, somebody from the FCC devoting 2 hours plus a day to just sitting and monitoring to make sure there isn't a curse word that slips out. Nobody cares, dude. Nobody cares. You can curse. And now he's going to start to curse, completely disregarding the rule that he was so adamant about that you can't do that. It's just make it make sense.
we go.
We got
folks.
time. We got time.
I'm going to say this aloud, and the crew is going to hear.
I'm going to say this aloud. And what other way is there to say something? I'm going to pantomime this. It's so easy to pick this guy apart. It just drives me nuts.
Hear me and hold me to these words.
Okay, I'll hold you to it.
You damn straight.
I no longer give 2/5 of a half of a flying fuck about the numbers.
Huh. Well, there's one problem. You also claim that you're a $1 billion a year channel, or that you're going to be a $1 billion a year channel. It seems like somebody who has their sights set on making $1 billion kind of needs to also care about the numbers. I don't know too many billionaires that got there just kind of winging it, not checking any numbers. But okay, I believe you. I believe you.
Period. I said it. The crew said it. Mark the time down, 12:05 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, where Brian Snow, a.k.a. the Snowman, says he no longer gives a fuck about the numbers. It's about what the fans are looking for. They've been on me, and I thank the crew for this, and I can let this out now. They've been on me about consistency. When the regular folks started covering the WNBA, I stepped away because it pissed me off.
Let's stop right there. When the regular folks started covering the WNBA, it pissed me off. Who are the regular folks? This guy was calling play-by-play for WNBA off and on, and then he said he had to take a step back. And the reason is because regular people. What do you mean regular people? Why would anything, if you're going to be $1 billion a year channel, what are you saying? Any kind of competition means you just close up shop? One other person is covering the same game, so just give up? What are you talking about, sir? Please.
And I couldn't call the game fairly. I'm going to take a shot at it tonight when the Indiana Fever face the Portland Fire.
He said he's going to take a shot at calling the game tonight. This was Friday. He did not call the game. What a shock.
I said earlier in the show. Okay?
Uh-huh.
The numbers can kiss my fat ass.
Oh, you tell those numbers. You give those numbers what for?
I'll say it again, and the crew is
But you've said it 7 times. Okay.
here looking at me and supporting me. And McCarthy, I hope you continue to support as well. The numbers and the analytics can kiss the back of my fat ass.
All right. I'm not quite sure I follow. You might have to explain it in a new, different way.
I don't care anymore. You understand me? I don't care.
Then why are we talking about it? Why are you spending the next 20 minutes talking about it according to this time bar here?
If you don't like it, fuck you, and fuck a whole lot of you.
Folks, you gotta love charisma, you know? Charismatic, charming, debonair.
Period. What we do here at Snowman in the Morning, minus the cuss words, is bring you the best morning sports talk around the world.
The best sports talk around the world. Pretty bold statement. Pretty bold statement. Pretty bold. Pretty bold.
We are internationally.
Cue the Daft Punk song.
We are international. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say minus the cuss word.
He's trying to squeeze in like they're internationally broadcast or whatever. Bro, since like the mid-90s, if you are online, you're international. What are you talking about? Nobody has set up like separate radio towers in Moscow and Paris and Beijing where they're broadcasting your show. Dude, you're online. Stop making it sound bigger than it is. Like, I'm international. I am international. I'm in frickin' Thailand. 95% of my audience is 12 time zones away. I couldn't be farther away from my audience. But okay, you're international. All right, whatever.
It's 90% of the time.
Right. And I'm no longer, and Zero, I want you, Dietz, the Empress, the dog, Cole Johnson, Bicola, please hold me to this.
Okay.
Fuck the numbers. Fuck them. Fuck the analytics. Fuck them.
How do we hold you to that? We're supposed to crawl into your mind and monitor whether or not you start to think about the numbers again? You could never talk about them again, but how are we to know you're never thinking about them? I don't know how to keep track of that.
Kiss.
Sorry.
As far as the analytics go, I borrow from the late. I borrow from the late great Della Reese. Kiss my entire ass.
Wow. Really putting his foot down now. I believe him now. Before, I was on the fence. I was a little iffy about whether or not he really was no longer caring about the analytics, but now.
And Dominic, I got a question for you. Is Chicago State football being televised? It's so, where is it televised? Because I want to do an alternative play-by-play call for it, and I want to call their games, God damn it.
Oh, I'm sure they'll be more than happy to hire you with the way you put it. I want to call your games, God damn it. Oh, please, sir. Come aboard. Just be prepared. The first paycheck, there's a billing cycle. You might not get it by the first Friday, okay? Because you had a problem with that before.
Dominic gave me 1,000 joules. Wow, thank you.
He just got 1,000 joules.
Kiss my, as far as the analytics go, I borrow from the late I borrow from
Sorry, I don't know why it bounced back 10 seconds.
the late, great Della Reese. Kiss my entire ass. And Dominic.
Oh, he's very angry, Tony. He is very, very angry.
Nick, I got a question for you. Is Chicago State football being televised? If so, where is it televised? Because I want to do an alternative play-by-play call for it, and I want to call their games. God damn it!
Oh,
Dominic gave me 1,000 jewels. Wow! Thank you.
Somebody gave him some jewels. So what does he do when somebody actually hooks him up with something from the chat? He then wants to email them so that they can stay in touch. Because this guy is like a piranha. If there's blood in the water and that blood is the color green, he's coming for you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow.
Hey. Whoop, whoop. And if you aren't down with that, we got 2 words for you.
Suck it.
Yeah.
Dominic, I need to get a hold of you because I want to know if Chicago State football is being televised and where. Because I will change my plan to cover.
Isn't this great sports talk, folks? What do you like about the sports talk the most? Is it the NFL coverage? Is it the baseball coverage? Maybe World Cup? What part of are you enjoying the most?
Their football games, and I think they're playing at Gately Stadium this year. Okay?
Okay.
Let me know if they're being televised. If not, I'll do an alternative play-by-play call for them, no matter how bad or how good they are. It's a brand new FCS independent.
He's the first play-by-play guy on YouTube I've ever seen threaten to call a game. He's threatening. If there's a way I can call that game, I'm doing it. And you better believe I am. And yet somehow I don't believe him.
Dominic, listen carefully, and I'm going to put this in the chat. Please, I beg of you. I absolutely beg of you. Email me.
There it is.
Let me do. Hold on, folks.
Hold on, folks. I got to stop the show. Somebody sent me some jewels in the chat, and now I want his email because this guy might give me something more down the road. I got to keep in touch with this guy. Folks, I'm just going to put the entire show on pause. Hold on.
All the boss man.
You mean he's going to cover a Chicago team with more relevance than the White Sox? I had to.
I know. Me and Zero get into it. Listen, you know how much fun Zero and I have zapping each other's teams?
At least he's not.
I hope it's more fun than this show provides.
Let me tell you guys. Whenever Zero and I are doing Danganronpa together, sometimes Snowman will show up just to hear us voice acting it, and these two will go off.
By the way, the female you hear talking right now, I'm just going to throw this out to the chat. I want you to guess where she claims to be from.
Email me. Let me do. Hold on, folks.
Listen to her talk here in a sec. You tell me where you think she's from.
With more relevance than the White Sox? I had to.
I know. Me and Zero get into it. Listen, you know how much fun Zero and I have zapping each other's teams?
At least he's not.
Let me tell you guys. Whenever Zero and I are doing Danganronpa together, sometimes Snowman will show up just to hear us voice acting it, and these two will go off about American football.
Explain why.
Every time. You know what, Zero?
Anybody else got a guess? Any more guesses? She claims to be from the United Kingdom. That, folks, is apparently a British accent.
Let me say this. I love you dearly, brother. I do.
Thank you.
I love you. I love you.
She is a VTuber. She uses a anime avatar. We never see her. It's just some cartoon with big oversized cans bouncing up and down as she giggles as this anime character on the screen. So you know she's a train wreck. But on top of that, she claims to be British. And Once in a while, you'll hear her attempt a British accent, and anybody from the UK would immediately say that is absolutely the worst attempt at an accent I've ever heard. This is fraudulent. But what makes it all the more hilarious is that 90% of the time she just completely forgets to be British sounding and just sounds like an American chick, which is what she is. This is a part of the crew. By the way, she's a part of the show. She has absolutely no interest in sports. She doesn't follow any of it. Whenever they actually talk sports, she just silently sits there. And whenever she is involved, then that means we're not talking sports. It's almost as if there's no reason for her to be on this show.
Dearly.
Because I have been a lifelong fan of the actual relevant and better Chicago team. Go, Cubs, go.
Zero.
And again, just people constantly talking over each other.
Salute to you, and salute to your brotherhood and your friendship. I love you, brother, very, very much.
Of course.
And I want you to...
You love anybody that doesn't call you out on your bullshit. I've come to notice that. As long as people will just tolerate your nonsense, you love them. Anybody that calls you out, mortal enemy. It's one or the other.
Stick around with the crew. This is for you.
You know what? I'm gonna say this. Zero. I know you're gonna understand this, and I either
Can you hear the British accent, folks?
I apologize in advance, or I'm gonna make you smile in advance. But right now, what I'm hearing that you and Snowman have, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is like a
Your accent is wrong. Can I correct that?
Mondo Taka brotherhood right here.
The damn thing is, I know what the hell he's talking about.
Minus the killing.
I'm not going that far.
Minus the killing.
Minus the killing.
I know what he's talking about because
if only the audience had any idea what the hell they were talking about.
I just went through that chapter on my own.
No.
Let me do this.
Okay. Let me say this. Minus the killing, minus the sauna endurance challenge.
Right.
Oops, sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Right.
Just an absolute train wreck. All right, I can't. I gotta get out of here. 5:30 a.m. I'm gonna try to take a 1-hour nap. See if that works, folks. The Orioles lose in 6 innings. As I streamed for well over 5 hours for no particular reason. What the hell was this all about? For the 55 people that stayed behind, thank you for your morbid curiosity. And if you are interested in more dissecting of this absolute maniac, you should check out my other channel. In fact, I'm going to throw the link into this channel, into the chat right now. All right? And why don't you guys go over here and sign up to my other channel? Okay? Because the only people that could possibly be left here right now are people that are good people. All right? It's called Perma-Tempo. That's short for permanently temporary. And the link is there. Folks, I have about just under 400 subscribers on that channel. It's a show that I was doing called Cringe Binge. The idea is to go around the internet and finding the worst content out there, watching it, making fun of it. We play games like bingo, when we try to look for certain things to happen and stuff. We have a lot of fun. So go over there and sign up for it. Have it on the back burner because I might be on this channel often after this season, for a little while anyway. But there you go. Permanently Temporary is the name of the channel. Go over there and sub it up. Help me get to 400. We're 7 away. I just refreshed. Nobody's done it yet. Somebody cares. Somebody here cares enough. Come on, folks. It's just another subscription somewhere. Okay, one person. There's a one. Come on, folks. Help me out. We're 6 away from 400. You're gonna want to sign up to this channel. The reason, honestly, for the few people left here, this is something I do want to tell more people when the time is right. But the additional reason, I think the most important reason I do want to bring my audience over to this other channel is that it's always wise to have a backup channel in case something happens to your main channel. And with what I do with play-by-play, you never know. There could be a day where they say, well, you're disseminating the events of the game in such a way that break the copyright or whatever, and YouTube cracks down and suddenly I'm up shit creek. Well, my channel would just completely dissolve, but I want to have a way in order to keep in touch with everybody and maybe restart something new on that other channel. I might be able to move the play-by-play calling to a site like Twitch, for example. But in order to keep things in the YouTube sphere, if I have this secondary channel and everybody over here comes over there just to sub it up, they don't have to watch my comedy stuff. It might not be your forte or your liking, but it would be good, if only, again, to have a backup plan if something stupid happens with this channel. Okay? All right, folks. The channel name is Permanently Temporary. And again, the link for it, I'll put it in one more time, is right there. Click there, sub. You'll see me at the top banner with my hair rolled out of bed in the middle there, and some obnoxious home shopping hosts on either side of me. The number one thing I'd love to riff, because it was live, was the home shopping channels. The beauty of it is there's no reason to worry about copyright, because they don't care. They want their crap to be out there anywhere it can go. They're trying to sell shit. And I love watching these home shopping channels. I love watching them having to spend like a 20-minute break having to sell you like a spatula. And when they've only got about 40 seconds worth of actual things to say about it, they got to spend the other 19 minutes and 20 seconds making up stories about how they once needed a spatula at a wedding reception and this one worked out perfectly or some shit, you know. They're always just making up stories. And yeah, it's just, I get a big kick out of watching awful content. If you're a fan of Mystery Science Theater 3000, then you have a similar sense of humor. And I think with like this other channel, it's the same kind of thing. It's, instead of riffing an old movie that's bad, you're riffing YouTube content instead. And the people who join me in the chat, they are very encouraged to follow along and write their own jokes and zingers into the chat. It's a lot of fun. Again, I'll probably bring that up again another time when there's more people here. But I have been going on. I don't know why I just won't sign off. I won't do it. No, I can't tell you how I ran into Snowman, because I need to protect the names of those that I care about. But let's just say I was introduced to him by a third party. And while I've had a lot of laughs seeing some of the nonsense going on that channel, the more time goes on, the more I feel like I'm beginning to regret ever having been introduced. Because this guy just drives me crazy. He's so delusional and nuts and a pathological liar. Ugh. I can't get enough of it. All right, folks. I am going to leave now. Thanks for hanging out for so long. It's already like coming up on 7 p.m. your time. Holy cow. I've been streaming for a long time. We'll be back on Tuesday night. I guess that's the reason why I'm not signing off so fast, because it's going to be a little while till we hang out again. I really do feel it's best for me to just skip out on trying to jump into the competition to be the channel you tune in for live coverage of trades that go down tomorrow at the deadline. I'm just going to sit back and be a spectator for it. And Tuesday night when we pick up the baseball again against the Angels, we'll talk about everything we did. We'll talk about it. All right? Until then, folks, let me see if anybody's streaming right now. I don't have many people to send over. Again, if you stuck around this long, you might as well wait for a redirect, because you guys went the full Monty here today. You guys went the distance. You're going the distance. You're going for speed. You're all alone in a time of need. Let's see. Anybody on here? How is JJ still live? What? JJ's still doing his post-game show? JJ is an animal. I thought I could at least outstream JJ today. JJ is crazy, man. I love him. This man is a beast. JJ's still streaming. Don't you know I'm still streaming better than I ever been? Feeling like a true survivor. Feeling like a little kid. I'm still streaming after all this time. And if I don't sign out now, I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm still streaming. Bye, bye, bye.